Chapter 1386. During her National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival, the Dominator of the Six Realms was silently working overtime to write his characters. That's why he had the current outburst. Let's not talk about it anymore. Here's the 10th update. Please vote, subscribe, and reward. Too fast. The 10 crossbow bolts were too fast, and ordinary people couldn't even catch them. Even an expert like Wildblade Red Sun could barely catch them. The 10 bolts were as fast as lightning, and carried a frightening sharpness and coldness. Their astonishing power was enough to pierce through a finger-thick steel plate. Shenzong's expression was cold. His eyes flashed like cold lightning. His sword was already back in its scabbard. His right hand grabbed one of the titled martial artist corpses and used it as a shield in front of him. At the same time, his left leg kicked out and sent the other titled martial artist's corpse flying to the other side to block the arrows from the other side. That's right. When Shenzong unsheathed his sword earlier, he had already killed those two veteran titled martial artists with decent abilities. Then, he used their corpses as shields. Shields, not just in name, but also in reality. With Shenzong's precise calculations and control, the corpses of the two titled martial warriors blocked 5 crossbow bolts for Shenzong. As for the other 5, they were narrowly avoided by Shenzong. Red Sun Blade's eyes widened in shock, while the Wild Wind General's face turned solemn. If it were him, he wouldn't have been able to do it. Terrifying. Shenzong shook violently and threw the corpse of the titled martial warrior with 3 crossbow bolts. With the explosive force of a few hundred gene, the corpse, which weighed more than 100 gene, smashed into one of the bright light guards. At the same time, Shenzong's heart started beating rapidly. His chi and blood were mobilized beyond their limits in an instant. They rushed to every part of his body, giving his body a tyrannical strength. Immediately, the strength rushed to his legs, wave after wave, like a surging tide. With a loud bang, Shenzong's strength exploded. It was as if he had trampled the arena into pieces. His whole body turned into an arrow that had left the bow, and he quickly flew to the other side of the arena. The Mingguang guard struck with his saber. The saber gleam was ferocious and decisive as it ruthlessly slashed at the titled martial artist's corpse, cutting it in half. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The other 9 Mingguang guards also swiftly aimed at Shenzong's body and fired their crossbows once again. The crossbow could be loaded with 3 arrows at the same time. Now, the second arrow was fired. 9 crossbow bolts shot toward Shenzong at an astonishing speed. The fierce wind warrior also erupted in an instant, rushing toward Shenzong as if it had turned into a gust of wind, intending to intercept Shenzong. If the other party managed to escape, even with 3 titled martial warriors and 10 radiant guards, it would be a huge loss of face. He rushed out like a gust of wind. At the same time, he raised the 2 axes on his back and chopped forward. His aura was astonishing, and the wind whistled endlessly. What happened next was so dazzling that it almost seemed like an illusion. Shenzong, who was moving at an astonishing speed, paused, rushed, and turned. His footwork was exquisite, as if he were in a dream. He dodged the 9 crossbow bolts one after another. With a wave of his sword, golden fragments filled the air, and the ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. That was the collision between the sword and the axe, and sparks flew everywhere. The fierce wind warrior only felt an extremely terrifying force from his sword. It actually caused his body to stop, and he was unable to continue his attack. However, Shenzong was not affected at all. In an instant, he passed by the fierce wind warrior and ran away. The Mingguang guards did not look good either. After all, their 2 consecutive shots had been dodged by the other party. They only had 1 last shot left. After that, they would have to reload the crossbow bolts. Even though they had undergone training, it would still take a few breaths to reload the crossbow bolts. Stop! The fierce wind warrior roared. His left arm swelled, and under the tyrannical force, the axe flew out of his hand in an instant. As it spun, it seemed to bring about a terrifying storm. It mercilessly smashed toward Shenzong's back with incomparable accuracy. In the eyes of the crowd, It did not seem like an axe, but a storm. Chunzong's hair stood on end, and a chill ran down his spine. It was as if his back had been shattered. This attack was too fast and too fierce. There was no way to avoid it, so he could only turn around. The Mingxin sword brought about fine golden sword light, as if scattered stars were scattered in the sky. It was misty and dazzling. With a swing of his sword, Chunzong used the momentum to further increase his speed, making him even faster. The gate of the gladiator arena was right in front of him. As long as he rushed out, Chunzong would have a greater chance of escaping. The moment the fierce wind warrior and the 10 Mingguang guards chased after him, Chunzong suddenly felt his hair stand on end. That kind of horror went straight to his bone marrow and reached his soul. It was as if something would pierce through him in the next moment. An extremely sharp sound of breaking wind rang out, as if it was tearing his eardrums. Chunzong's expression changed greatly. Immediately, a sharp arrow shot out from the side like lightning. In an instant, it crossed more than 100 meters and shot toward Chunzong's left leg. Even steel would be pierced in an instant, let alone a body of flesh and blood. It was too fast, and the timing was perfect. It happened to be the moment Chunzong's left leg fell. The moment he was about to kick, it was the most difficult moment for him to dodge. It had to be said that the person who shot the arrow was really terrifying. It made Chunzong's heart tremble. Who was it? Who was it that shot this arrow out of nowhere? He didn't know. Chunzong didn't have time to think. In an instant, the life-or-death instinct that had been tempered thousands of times broke out from the deepest part of his soul. His left leg that was kicking suddenly paused, and his strength seemed to disperse again and spread to every part of his body. Immediately, the mind-clearing sword was unsheathed. With a brilliant golden light, it flickered with incomparable precision. This incredible scene shocked everyone to the extreme. The mind-clearing sword blade just happened to pick the tip of the arrow, as if it had been practiced thousands of times. It was incomparably coincidental. A tyrannical force came from the arrow, as if it was going to break apart the clear heart sword. Chunzong didn't use his strength to resist, but cleverly borrowed the force of the arrow. His whole body moved horizontally in an instant, and then rushed forward again. The person who shot the arrow from the side was even more shocked. His carefully planned arrow was blocked in such a way. It was unimaginable, as if he was dreaming. But when he saw that Chunzong was about to rush out of the arena's entrance, he immediately reacted. This time, he put 3 arrows on the bowstring and instantly pulled them to a full moon. He shot them out as if they were shooting blindly, and they were still locked on to Chunzong. Chunzong had to swing his sword to split the arrows. With this delay, the fierce wind warrior also caught up with him. With 2 axes chopping down, 10 Mingguang guards quickly approached. With the cooperation of a top-titled martial artist, 10 Mingguang guards who were carefully trained to be proficient in fighting, killing, and cooperation, and a sharpshooter who suddenly appeared, they finally stopped Chunzong, preventing Chunzong from rushing out of the arena. It's over. The red flame blade couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He was a little sad. Although Chunzong's performance just now was amazing, in the end, they couldn't escape. The fierce wind warrior was a top-titled martial artist. Although Chunzong's strength was very strong, it wasn't that easy to kill him. With the cooperation of the 10 Mingguang guards, they would be at a disadvantage. As for the person who shot the arrow, it was another titled martial warrior, a top-titled martial warrior. He belonged to the Wuhou government, and his title was Divine Archer. Within the Longxian country, he was fully deserving of being the #1 archer. Among the 4 major Hou governments, the Minghou government and Wuhou government had the closest relationship. It wasn't surprising that Sharpshooter would make a move. Moreover, Sharpshooter came from the army and was Wuhou's right-hand man. He was different from other titled martial artists. In an open space, within a sufficient distance, the red flame blade, the fierce wind warrior, and other top-titled martial artists were no match for Sharpshooter. Even a martial saint had to face him head-on. With Sharpshooter making a move, he's dead. The people from Wuhou government sneered. Sharpshooter was a middle-aged man with long and sharp eyes. Like an eagle, He stared at Chunzong's body from more than 100 meters away and directly locked on. This distance was where sharpshooter's bow and arrow were the most powerful. No matter if it was the bow or arrow, they were all specially made and had terrifying power. Seeing that Chunzong was already surrounded by the 10 Mingguan guards and a fierce wind warrior, sharpshooter didn't rush to shoot. Instead, he took out a very special arrow. The tip of the arrow was shaped like a spiral. It was very small and cold. From afar, Chunzong felt his hair stand on end. A chill ran down his spine. Glancing at it from the corner of his eyes, he felt a piercing pain. Danger. An unprecedented danger. Not only did he have to deal with the fierce wind warrior's fierce wind axe technique, he also had to deal with the joint attack of the 10 Mingguan guards. He also had to pay attention to the arrow. Chunzong's pressure suddenly increased to the extreme. It was as if his nerves were about to be overloaded and collapse. Pressure. The pressure between life and death. Between life and death, there was great terror, but there was also great opportunity. Whether or not one could resist the terror and seize the opportunity depended on one's ability. Chunzong never lacked ability. His heartbeat suddenly sped up. It was out of Chunzong's control. The thumping sound was like the beating of a drum, almost rushing out of his chest. His spiritual will seemed to be activated in an instant. The space between his eyebrows twitched continuously, as if something was about to break through the barrier between his eyebrows. Fear, palpitations, excitement. At the same time, sharpshooter's fingers loosened. The specially made arrow left the bowstring in an instant and pierced through the air. With an extremely sharp sound, it shot out like a wave. One arrow pierced through heaven and earth. Chunzong just happened to block the fierce wind warrior's axe and avoid the attacks of the 2 Mingguan guards from the front and back. Then, he faced the attack of the arrow. In an instant, he was in a life and death situation. Everything around him seemed to slow down. It was as if the flow of time had changed. The coldness and killing intent of the Mingguan guards could be seen clearly. The ferocious expression on the fierce wind warrior's face seemed to freeze. This was a soundless world. This was a world full of dead silence. This was a world that was about to turn pale. The difference between fast and slow caused Chunzong to experience a great disparity. His body and mind seemed to be separated. In an instant, his mind shook. It was as if his spiritual will had exploded in an instant. An invisible force broke through the barrier between his eyebrows and rushed out like a flood breaking through a dam. It was as if a butterfly had broken out of its cocoon and unfolded its beautiful and stunning wings, gently flapping. Countless insights emerged in an instant and filled Chunzong's mind. It was as if Chunzong's mind was about to explode. But it didn't. Instead, it was clearly and orderly controlled by Chunzong. It was like a kind of inheritance. Chapter 1387. In this slow world, everything became sluggish. The wind, the clouds, the man, and the arrow. Chunzong's expression was solemn, as if he was on a pilgrimage. The mysteries of heaven and earth, of all things, and of all things emerged one after another, as if they were all in his hands. The mysteries were all in his heart, mind, hands, and sword. The specially made arrow carried the power to kill, mercilessly piercing through the sky. It would not stop until it had pierced through Chunzong. Its momentum was astonishing, and its belief was invincible. If it had been Changha Sword King, Red Sunblade, or the Fierce Wind Warrior, they would have been unable to dodge or block this arrow. They would have been pierced through, and even if they did not die, they would have been seriously injured. However, Chunzong was not that kind of person. His glabella seemed to have been split open, as if the hidden latch of heaven and earth had been opened in an instant. Although his spiritual will had not been strengthened, Chunzong's control and application of it had increased exponentially. He swung his sword. The sword disappeared into the air, and in its place was a bolt of lightning. The lightning was blazing white and incomparably dazzling, as if it had struck down from the sky with unparalleled power, tearing through the sky and shattering everything. Lightning brought destruction and destruction. Under the sword, the specially made arrow suddenly trembled and began to shatter from the tip. The strong collision produced a huge recoil force. Qinzong used the force to take a step back, directly neutralizing the impact. He swung his sword, and lightning streaked across the sky. This sword was extremely fast. It directly hit the body of a radiant light guard, knocking him back more than 10 steps. The radiant light armor, which had amazing defensive power, was pierced through by the sword. If not for the protection of the radiant light armor, this sword would have easily pierced through his body and killed him. However, these radiant light guards had undergone a long period of rigorous training. They were not afraid because of this. They immediately adjusted and pounced again, joining forces with the other radiant light guards to attack. The sword pierced through the air like a thunderbolt. When the sword struck out, there was a clap of thunder in the air, as if it was going to explode everything. The extremely terrifying thunderbolt blasted directly toward the fierce wind warrior. The thunderbolt pierced through the air and tore through the storm, mercilessly attacking. It made the fierce wind warrior's hair stand on end. This attack made him feel as if he was facing thunder and lightning. His heart trembled, and his body went numb. His chi and blood seemed to stagnate in an instant. There was no way to dodge. With a roar, the fierce wind warrior brandished his axes and unleashed all his strength to block Qinzong's sword. However, he couldn't stop it. The lightning struck the air, passing through the gaps between the axes and hitting the wild wind general directly. The terrifying power instantly pierced through the wild wind general's armor. This armor was also refined and had astonishing defensive power. It greatly weakened the power of the sword, allowing the fierce wind warrior to seize the opportunity to quickly retreat and save his life. 10 Mingguang guards arrived one after another. They cooperated with each other in perfect order and besieged Qinzong. The divine archer drew his bow again and aimed at Qinzong, bringing great pressure to Qinzong again. However, things were different now. Qinzong had already seen through the profundity and grasped the application of willpower. Qinzong's willpower was extremely powerful, many times stronger than that of a top-notch titled martial artist. The strength of a titled martial artist mainly depended on their mental strength and willpower. After all, their bodies were the bodies of ordinary people. No matter how much they trained, they could only approach the limits of the human body, but not surpass them. Those top-notch titled martial artists had all trained their bodies to an astonishing level and spent a lot of money to maintain it. This was also why they needed to rely on powerful organizations. What determined a titled martial artist's strength was their willpower. The stronger their willpower, the stronger the effect they could unleash, indirectly increasing their power. However, there was no special method to improve one's willpower. One could only rely on a long period of time to hone it bit by bit. It also required a certain amount of talent. Without enough talent, no matter how hard one worked, the results would be limited. Qinzong's willpower was many times stronger than that of a top-notch titled martial artist like Red Sunblade. It was undoubtedly terrifying, almost inhuman. With such a strong willpower, Qinzong grasped the profundity of the technique. After using it a few times, he gradually familiarized himself with it, and its power gradually became apparent. The sword pierced the sky. The lightning shattered everything. The speed of the sword reached its peak in an instant, turning into 3 bolts of lightning that blasted towards the 3 Mingguang guards. The 3 powerful swords not only repelled the 3 Mingguang guards, but also broke the Mingguang armor. Immediately after, Qinzong twisted his waist, and a powerful force burst forth. With a horizontal slash of his sword, it was as if he had blocked the flow of a river. It was also as if he had swept away an army of thousands of thunderbolts. Once again, he repelled 2 Mingguang guards. An extremely sharp gleam of light shot out from the depths of Qinzong's eyes, and it was terrifying. Immediately after, he took a step forward. The Mingguang sword turned into a fine golden gleam, piercing through the void with unparalleled sharpness, like a golden thunderbolt. It was as if the lightning had been compressed to the extreme. Its speed was astonishing, and its penetrating power was unparalleled. The sword pierced through the air, instantly piercing through a Mingguang guard's Mingguang armor. The remaining force did not dissipate, and it pierced through the Mingguang guard's heart, piercing through the gap between the drums. The terrifying force instantly pierced through the heart and shattered it. At the same time, Divine Archer released his fingers again, and a specially made arrow shot out again, as fast as lightning. This time, he seized the best opportunity again. It was the moment Chunzong's sword pierced the Mingguang guard's heart. Unexpectedly, in the face of this arrow, Chunzong shifted his feet and immediately used the Mingguang guard as a shield to meet the sharp arrow. The sharp arrow was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it pierced through the Mingguang armor behind the Mingguang guard and mercilessly stabbed into the Mingguang guard's back. However, the Mingguang guard's heart had already shattered, and he died an unnatural death. After blocking the arrow, Chunzong kicked the Mingguang guard's corpse to one side, blocking the crossbow arrows of the other two Mingguang guards. His body was short, and his whole body was like a snake slithering out of the grass. His speed was astonishing, and he was extremely agile. His sword broke the Mingguang guard's long saber and turned into a thunderbolt, piercing through the Mingguang armor and into the Mingguang guard's heart. The second Mingguang guard was killed. Dodge, defend, counterattack. Chunzong demonstrated a peerless counterattack, and he continued to kill. One by one, the Mingguang guards fell, and there were only 5 left. However, the Mingguang guards had undergone extremely strict training. No matter how many of them there were, they could work together to exert a considerable amount of power. Of course, the more of them there were, the more power they could exert when working together. The fierce wind warrior was furious. He chased after Chunzong in a frenzy, but he was unable to catch up. The 6th Mingguang guard fell under Chunzong's sword. The pressure on Chunzong was also decreasing. Kill! The sword was as swift as lightning, and it was unbelievably fast. Moreover, a layer of invisible energy was added to the sword, making it even more tenacious and sharp. Chunzong was amazed by this technique. That invisible energy was the power of spiritual will. In the world of cultivation, spiritual will was a kind of illusory energy. However, in this world, for some reason, spiritual will showed a different kind of change, as if it was about to materialize. It was not as simple as interfering with the opponent's spiritual will. His sword was like thunder, and it bloomed with unparalleled lightning. It split the arrow, and his figure rushed forward, piercing through the throat of the 7th Mingguang guard. Kill! Show no mercy! Chunzong's eyes were extremely cold, and they locked onto the 8th Mingguang guard like cold lightning. The shocking killing intent caused the Mingguang guard's expression to change slightly. Fast! Chunzong was very fast, but Chunzong's sword was also very fast. There was no way to dodge, and it was difficult to aim. That sword light was like an extremely dazzling thunderbolt that pierced through the air. The 8th Mingguang guard. In an instant, Chunzong turned around, and his sword turned into lightning. It carried a terrifying power and attacked the fierce wind warrior. The fierce Gale general was in the midst of furiously chasing after Chunzong, but he did not expect Chunzong to turn around and stab him with his sword. He was immediately startled and hastily swung his axes, creating a violent gale. The wind howled as the axe's sharp and tyrannical edges charged forward, meeting on a narrow path. It was either you die or I die. The fierce wind warrior's face was full of viciousness. But in the next moment, his viciousness turned into shock, and the whistling wind also stopped in an instant. Chunzong pulled out his sword, leaving a sword hole in the fierce wind warrior's throat. Blood was gurgling out. His neck was pierced from the throat. His eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief and fear. As blood spurted out, the pupils of Red Sun Blade in the distance shrank to the size of needles. He was terrified. The fierce wind warrior's strength was about the same as his, but he was killed by a sword strike. It was too terrifying. Such strength was simply invincible. Only a martial saint could do that. Could it be that this person was a martial saint? If he was a martial saint, Why did he challenge him? For a moment, Red Sunblade's mind was in a mess. Although the remaining 2 Mingguang guards were not weak, they were nothing to Qinzong. 2 kills with 2 swords. The 10 Mingguang guards all fell to the ground dead. Immediately, Qinzong's eyes swept over and fell on the bowman 100 meters away. Divine Archer was shocked. He took out 3 arrows without hesitation, aimed directly at Qinzong, and released them. The 3 arrows pierced through the air, and Divine Archer took out 3 more arrows to shoot again, while retreating at the same time. After 3 rounds of shooting, 3 arrows pierced through the air, and Divine Archer quickly retreated, intending to leave this place. Even when the fierce Wind Warrior and the 10 Mingguang guards worked together, his arrows could not kill them, let alone now. It was better to leave first. But would Qinzong let him go? No. The answer was incomparably certain. Since the fierce Wind Warrior shot arrows to stop him at the beginning, he was a sworn enemy and deserved to be killed. Even if it was because the fierce Wind Warrior intercepted him and caused him to face the crisis of life and death, which allowed him to find an opportunity to break through, master extraordinary means, and increase his strength greatly, he still deserved to be killed. He swung his sword. His sword surged like lightning, shattering the arrows one by one. Qinzong did not slow down at all, rushing forward with irresistible force. Kill! The sword was like thunder, rapidly approaching. Divine Archer's expression changed greatly, but he was good at archery and speed, so he could escape better. Seeing that his opponent was about to escape, Qinzong immediately overloaded. His speed increased, and his whole person was like a giant arrow, extremely fast. You chase, I run, and quickly rush to the pavilion on the side of the battle arena. That was where the 8 aristocratic families, the 4 marquis manors, and the great general's manors were. Divine Archer's direction was where the group of people from the Wu marquis government was. Chapter 1388. Stop right there. The people from Wu Ho government shouted, and a terrifying aura fell on Qinzong. But Qinzong did not seem to have heard them. His speed was shocking, and he dashed forward like lightning. His eyes were extremely sharp, and he locked onto the Divine Archer without any hesitation. The Divine Archer thought that he was safe when he returned to Wu Ho government's camp. He did not expect the opponent to rush over directly. He was too bold. Kill him. The people from Wu Ho government were enraged. They had a few titled warriors with them, and they gave the order in anger. The people from Ming Ho government gave the order at the same time. Such audacity, unforgivable. The people from the general's residence said at the same time. In an instant, the people from the 4 great marquis residences and the general's residence were furious. They ordered the titled warriors to attack together and deal with Qinzong. The people from the 8 great aristocratic families naturally had to express their stance. This had already risen to the level of challenging the authority of the royal family. If they did not kill him, they would not be able to intimidate the world. Red Sunblade had no choice but to attack, although he was unwilling. But under such circumstances, if he did not attack, no matter how much Marquis Jing valued him, he would not be able to escape punishment. In an instant, more than 10 titled warriors attacked. The Divine Archer once again aimed his arrow at Qinzong, causing Qinzong to be in danger again. But that was then and this is now. Qinzong's eyes became colder. Originally, he did not want to go against the royal family, but they wanted to deal with him. Since that was the case, he would fight and kill. With the clear heart sword in his hand, his killing intent was overflowing. His footsteps were fast, and he dodged left and right to avoid the attacks. Then he swung his sword. Immediately, the sword slashed across the throat of a titled warrior. The sharp blade cut open his throat. Blood spurted out, but it did not affect Qinzong at all. The titled warrior's eyes widened, and he covered his throat with one hand. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. He did not expect that he would be killed so easily. A crimson blade light slashed through the air, bringing with it an astonishing heat. It was like a scorching sun descending. It was the Red Sunblade's attack. He had to attack. Since he had to attack, there was no reason to go easy on him. The fragmented golden sword light shone. It was misty and dreamy, as if countless threads were spreading out. They were not lightning, thunder, or thunderbolts. They were strands of incomparably sharp golden threads. The golden threads were extremely sharp. Red Sun Blade's eyelids suddenly twitched. A trace of fear emerged from the depths of his heart and gushed out. That sword directly pierced through the crimson saber light, piercing through wild Red Sun Saber's throat and exiting from the back of his neck. For a moment, Red Sun Mad Blade didn't feel fear or regret. Instead, he felt a trace of expectation. The martial arts shouldn't decline like this, but he hoped that they could regain their former glory. Chunzong's sword was merciless. Sometimes it turned into a thunderbolt, bringing with it an astonishingly fierce and violent attack. Sometimes it turned into a storm, bringing with it the power to sweep away and destroy everything. At other times, it would transform into a torrent that flowed endlessly with endless might, washing away and drowning everything. Sometimes, it would turn into a torrential downpour, rapid and heavy. From time to time, the sword was like a drifting cloud, changing unpredictably. From time to time, the sword was like a blade of grass swaying in the wind. It looked weak, but was actually incomparably tough. Wind, thunder, rain, lightning, mountains, rivers, and even the sun, moon, and stars were all transformed by Chunzong. With the sword in hand, his spirit could transform into anything. At this moment, Chunzong seemed to have turned into a god of the sword, doing something unimaginable. Kill, kill, kill. More than a dozen titled martial artists fell under Chunzong's sword one by one. It only took about 10 breaths of time. He was simply inhuman. However, that godlike arrow couldn't be shot because he found it difficult to lock onto his opponent. If he couldn't lock onto his opponent, the arrow would be useless. With firm and sharp steps, Chunzong walked past the corpses of more than a dozen titled martial artists. Blood flowed everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the air. With a sword in hand, he pointed it diagonally to the ground. Drops of blood flowed along the spine of the sword to the tip. Chunzong's eyes were extremely sharp. Shocking, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, like a whirlpool spinning towards the center, condensing into a point. Seeing more than a dozen titled martial artists lying in a pool of blood, the 4 great marquee residences, the great general residences, and the 8 great aristocratic families were all horrified. This person had a strong, murderous intent. Stop right there. Stop right there. Do you hear me? Suddenly, someone panicked. What are you trying to do? Don't tell me you want to attack us. We are from the Wuho government. Have you considered the consequences? If you dare to attack us, no one can save you. As Chunzong's footsteps approached, these people were completely flustered. At this moment, they felt helpless. In the face of such a powerful individual, the power they were so proud of instantly lost its effect. The era of martial artists had declined. Martial artists were suppressed and reduced to the thugs of the royal family. So what? At this moment, martial arts reigned supreme. Close at hand, surrounded by enemies. Chunzong's speed suddenly increased. Like a gust of wind, he flew towards divine archery. At this moment, Chunzong only had one target, and that was divine archery. This person must die. Divine archery was shocked. He knew that Wu Ho government alone could not protect him, at least in this battle arena. He could only run. Even though he jumped and immediately ran away, Chunzong pursued him closely. Divine archery's speed was fast, but Chunzong's explosive speed was even faster. As he approached, the murderous intent in Chunzong's eyes became more and more intense. His tyrannical spirit flowed back and forth on the sword, gradually accumulating and producing an indescribable change. Immediately, Chunzong swung his sword. At this moment, the distance between Chunzong and divine archery was only about 10 meters. Divine archery, on the other hand, was about to rush out of the battle arena. Once he rushed out of the battle arena, divine archery would have a greater chance of escaping from Chunzong's pursuit with the help of the terrain outside. Swinging his sword from 10 meters away, hitting the air. But in the next scene, something horrifying happened. There was actually a gray aura that shot out from the sword. It was extremely fast, instantly cutting through the air and killing towards divine archery. This was sword aura. Seeing this scene, each and every one of the royal family members was close to despair. Martial Saint. Only martial saints could release sword aura and sword aura attacks. This person was actually a martial saint. Although Longxian country had killed many martial saints in history, establishing the royal family's supremacy and weakening the influence of martial artists, causing the era of martial artists to gradually decline. But those in the know also knew that the price to pay for killing a martial saint was not small. The so-called 1 against 1,000 was not an exaggeration, and that was in an open space. If it was in a complex terrain, especially in a city, a martial saint was simply terrifying. Although in theory, 1,000 elite soldiers could surround and kill a martial saint, and 100 archers could kill a martial saint with 3 volleys of arrows, that was referring to the terrain that was advantageous to the elite soldiers and archers. If it was in a city, 2,000 elite soldiers might not be able to kill a martial saint. Divine Archery's hair stood on end. When he looked back, he saw a sword aura piercing through the air. He was scared out of his wits. Unable to dodge, he could only turn around and slash out with his sword, using all his strength to shatter the sword aura. Separated by a dozen meters, the power of the sword chi became very weak. However, it still managed to block the divine shot for a moment. Chunzong's body paused for a moment before he quickly chased after Yichan. His sword pierced through the air like a shooting star, extremely bright and dazzling. Divine Archery's face was full of shock. His pupils contracted to the size of needles in an instant, and a trace of indescribable fear emerged from the depths of his heart. Meteor piercing through the sky. Kill! Chunzong did not stop. He quickly rushed forward and rushed out of the battle arena. In this battle, Chunzong had killed more than 10 titled martial artists, and a few of them were top-notch titled martial artists. He had also killed 10 Mingguan guards that the Ming Ho residents had carefully nurtured. It was shocking. However, Chunzong had also paid a price. Previously, before he had broken through, his body had been overloaded, and he would occasionally feel waves of pain in his body. He had to recuperate to recover. Chunzong was very fast. After leaving the battle arena, he immediately rushed into a restaurant and bought a lot of dry food and other things. He quickly left and rushed into a pharmacy to buy some medicine. Then, he rushed into the most famous mystical martial alley in Monarch City. Mystical Martial Alley was an alley that had been left behind a long time ago. It covered a vast area, and there were many small alleys inside. Once one entered, it was easy to get lost, and it would be difficult to get out. Chunzong chose this place as his temporary hiding place to recuperate from the injuries left behind by his overloaded body. If he were to leave the city now, firstly, he would be injured. Secondly, he would not be able to outrun the horses that the royal family had painstakingly nurtured. It would be very disadvantageous for him if they chased after him. After all, a cavalry charge would be very powerful. Therefore, staying in Monarch City was the best choice. Mystical Martial Alley had a complicated terrain and was more suitable for him to hide temporarily. Chunzong also knew that he would be found sooner or later. However, what he wanted was to fully recover from his injuries before he was found. He also wanted to have some time to properly digest the gains from his breakthrough and strive to be in his best condition to face a strong enemy. When Chunzong was making all the preparations, the people from the 4 marquises' residences, the great generals' residences, and the 8 aristocratic families left one after another. They were all very fast. However, they were just ordinary people. Although they were pampered and had better physiques than commoners, they could not be compared to martial artists. Therefore, when they rushed back to their residences, Chunzong had already hidden in Mystical Martial Alley. The death of more than a dozen titled martial artists and 10 radiant guards immediately caused a great shock. The 4 marquises' residences, the great generals' residences, and the 8 aristocratic families were all shocked and then enraged. Soon after, the royal court was also furious. A mere martial artist dared to be so arrogant and wantonly kill people. He deserved to die. Chang, as Sword King, also had a certain status and quickly received the news. In that instant, he was completely stunned. Terrifying, acting recklessly, audacious. Chang, as Sword King, did not know how to describe the other party. There was also another thing that shocked him, and that was Chun Zong's strength. Not long ago, he had fought fiercely with him. Although Chun Zong seemed to be stronger than him, there was a limit. Now, he had killed the fierce Wind Warrior, Blazing Sunblade, and Divine Archer. According to the news, it did not seem difficult. In just a few days, his strength had increased so much. It was simply unbelievable. Chang, as Sword King, could not understand. What a good sword god. What a pity. Chang, as Sword King, could not help but sigh. If this was the martial era, this person would definitely shine and become a milestone for martial artists. Chapter 1389. There was a very ordinary hut in Mystical Martial Alley. There were many such huts in Mystical Martial Alley, but one of them was Chun Zong. After resting for half a day, Chun Zong's injuries gradually healed with the help of medicine. This was thanks to Chun Zong's precise control of his body and the right ratio of medicine. He absorbed all of it without wasting a single bit. Immediately, Chun Zong began to comprehend. The benefits of this breakthrough were very obvious. Chun Zong's strength had increased tremendously. That was why he had been able to turn the tables and kill a group of titled martial artists and radiant guards in a desperate situation. He had shocked everyone and successfully escaped. Now it was time to settle down. Chun Zong still remembered everything that happened when he broke through. At that moment, his strong spiritual will broke through the shackles between his eyebrows and flapped its wings like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon and flying high. At the same time, the spiritual will that shot out also received information from heaven and earth. It was similar to a kind of inheritance. It was a kind of application and mystery of the spiritual will. Spiritual manifestation. In other words, it was to use the spiritual will to simulate something in the natural world, such as flowing water, mountains, flames, storms, and so on. Of course, to comprehend it, one needed to have a strong enough spiritual will, as well as enough training and settling down. Any success did not come out of thin air, nor was it achieved overnight. It required hard work and sufficient accumulation. Those titled warriors had been constantly training themselves and accumulating when they were at the martial warrior and elite warrior stage, consciously targeting a certain aspect. For example, the Long River Sword King had cultivated sword techniques that were somewhat related to rivers. He often observed the flow of the river and finally created the Long River Sword technique before the river to achieve a breakthrough. The Red Sun Blade was similar, and so was the Fierce Wind Warrior. Even those martial saints, were only proficient in one kind. Their spiritual will could simulate or even transform into a kind of power to affect and interfere with reality. It was not just confusion. Chun Zong, who had mastered this method, knew deeply that the application of spiritual will was almost tangible. It was very ingenious and amazing. By attaching it to a sword, it could greatly enhance the strength, toughness, and sharpness of the sword, thus increasing its power. Chun Zong was different from other titled martial artists and even martial saints. His spiritual will was extremely strong and was several times stronger than that of top-notch titled martial artists. Furthermore, not only could he conjure one type of power, he could also conjure other types of powers. For example, when Chun Zong first broke through, he transformed thunder and lightning. After getting used to it, he gradually transformed it into torrents, torrential rain, sharp metal, and so on. Right now, Chun Zong was settling down. Once he settled down, he was confident that he would be able to transform his psyche into a myriad of manifestations. The Imperial Royal Guards. The Imperial Guards were the elites of the elites. Elites, elites, elites. Among the 3,000 Imperial Guards, there were differences. Swordsmen. Long spear soldiers, soldiers long. Archers. The 3,000 Imperial Guards formed an encirclement, sealing off all the exits of the mystical martial alley from all directions. Then, warriors in blood-red armor with dragon claw patterns appeared. There were 20 of them, dragon blood guards. Every dragon blood guard was a top-notch elite warrior, and out of the 20 of them, for had even reached the level of title warrior. In addition, 20 bright light guards, 20 Jingon guards, 20 iron guards, 20 Angwa guards, and 20 Baijian guards were deployed. They entered mystical Martial Alley to find Chun Zong's whereabouts and kill him. Mingho's residence could only nurture 30 bright light guards. It was a great loss to lose 10 of them. Now, he deployed the remaining 20 without mercy. It represented Mingho's firm determination. There were 40 dragon blood guards. Mobilizing 20 of them was half of the total. The other Jingon guards only had 30 at most. Mobilizing 20 of them at once was very scary. Immediately, a tall figure wearing golden armor stepped into the mystical Martial Alley like the wind. Even this lord is mobilized. It seems that Qinzong is doomed this time. The royal family did not block any news of this battle. They wanted to let the world know that the warriors had declined. Even if they called themselves the Sword God, even if they had the strength of a martial sage, it would not change anything. In the hearts of the commoners, warriors had a very high status, especially martial sages. They were a symbol of noble status. However, the monarch's strategy was to prioritize the royal power over the warriors. This time, because of Chunzong, the atmosphere among the warriors had become heated, and there were signs that something was going to happen. Even though it was only a temporary phenomenon, it was absolutely not allowed to happen. Once there were signs, it had to be nipped in the bud to ensure that there would not be any changes. Chunzong must die. The royal family deliberately released the news to let people know how powerful the royal family was. A martial sage was nothing in front of the country. The real power was the country's power. In this way, the cohesion of the warriors would be further strengthened. Many warriors were watching and waiting. Even if they knew that Chunzong would definitely die in the face of such a lineup and such a force, they still had a little expectation in their hearts. That slight expectation was like a candle in the wind, burning in the night wind, which could be extinguished at any time. As warriors, even if they had become the royal family's hired thugs, they still had a sense of pride and expectation as warriors in the deepest part of their hearts. The Sword God, unknowingly, in a short period of time, this had become a symbol and pride. It was the last struggle. If the Sword God could survive this battle, perhaps the era of warriors would return. There was a slight possibility. However, the possibility was too low. It was almost impossible, because 3,000 Imperial Guards, 6 David Guards, and even a martial sage of the royal family had come in person. If they could not escape, they could only fight to the death. In the ordinary house, Chunzong was frightened. He felt a trace of palpitation for no reason. He almost suffocated. Danger! 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 There was a great terror and danger coming. With a flash of light in his eyes, Chunzong knew that the royal family had taken action. A bloody battle was inevitable. Then, come on, Chunzong's injuries had been healed, and he had almost settled down after the breakthrough. He only felt his blood boiling. Perhaps this battle would be the last one before he left this world, because Chunzong had grasped the opportunity to master the half-steps or intent. Strictly speaking, the application of spiritual will was actually close to the Tao intent. In other words, it was the predecessor of the Tao intent. It was the first and most crude stage of the half-step Tao intent. The breakthrough was close at hand. As long as he was willing, he could really make a thorough breakthrough. Then let's fight. Chunzong's blood boiled, and his fighting spirit soared to the sky, but it was immediately suppressed. He had to fight, but he couldn't fight blindly and recklessly. The royal family's action this time was definitely not a small matter. They had mobilized a terrifying force that was enough to kill him. In that case, he had to be cautious enough to defeat them one by one in order to ensure his survival and kill the enemy. Chunzong was not afraid at all. Instead, he felt his blood boiling. There seemed to be a flame burning in his chest. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. His eyes became sharper, like the edge of a sword that could penetrate everything. You also feel excited. Zong held the hilt of a mind-clearing sword and said secretly. The sword seemed to be psychic and trembled slightly. The sword was excited, and so was Zong's heart. He was excited for the upcoming bloody battle. He was excited for the sword to be stained with blood. Practicing the sword should be used to kill people. The sword was a lethal weapon. It was a killing weapon. The 3,000 Imperial Guards did not enter the mystical martial alley to search. Instead, they scattered outside the alley and sealed everything. As long as Zong rushed out, he would immediately be besieged by at least a few hundred of the 3,000 Imperial Guards. Hundreds of Imperial Guards who were more elite than elite soldiers. Their individual strength might only be at the martial warrior level, but when they worked together, even a top-title martial warrior would not be able to last for a few breaths. Even a martial saint would be entangled and unable to escape. There were even tens of thousands of elite soldiers outside, waiting for orders to provide support. This was a death trap, a hopeless situation. The 6 great guards, a total of 120 people, were divided into 6 teams. They entered the mystical martial alley and searched from 6 directions. A figure in golden armor walked quickly and searched in the alley. The mystical martial alley was famous. It was not small, but it was not very big either. 120 people could finish searching in half a day if they wanted to. Moreover, these people had undergone strict training and had the topographic map of the mystical martial alley to refer to. Time passed slowly. Zong tried his best to adjust and maintain his state. Footsteps. Zong's ears twitched slightly. He heard footsteps. It was very soft, but it was getting louder and louder. Although it was not obvious, Zong was certain that it was not an auditory hallucination. Moreover, it sounded as if there was only one set of footsteps. To ordinary people or titled martial warriors, this was true. However, to Zong it was not. It was a uniform footstep. The weight of the footsteps was the same when they landed, the speed of their movements was the same, and the width of their strides was the same. It was as if they were one. 20. Zong thought to himself. His eyes were getting brighter. The footsteps of 20 people were exactly the same, as if they were made by the same person. This ability immediately made Zong think of the 6 great guards. Bright light guards? Or something else? Zong guessed. Yesterday, he had seen the strength of the bright light guards. If he had not achieved a breakthrough, it would not have been easy to defeat them. 10 bright light guards were already comparable to top-titled martial warriors when they joined forces. If 20 bright light guards joined forces, they would definitely be stronger. Zong did not know which of the 6 great guards the 20 people were from. However, no matter which one they were from, he was not afraid. Even if they were the most powerful Dragon Blood guards, Zong was confident that he could go against them and even kill them. Confidence came from strength. They were getting closer. The footsteps of the 20 people were getting closer and closer. Through the footsteps, Zong made a judgment and judged how close they were. Chapter 1390. The sound of uniform footsteps gradually approached, then stopped, right outside the small house Zong was hiding in. They seemed to be inspecting. The inspection was very detailed. Not even the slightest clue could escape. Zong knew that his plan had failed. Since that was the case, then he had to make his move. The moment the door was opened, a group of experts immediately raised their arms, aiming their crossbows at the door. If Zong rushed out, their crossbows would shoot out. Under normal circumstances, even if there was an ambush, they would not choose to make their move at this time. But Zong did the opposite. The moment the door opened, a ray of fragmented golden light floated out, extremely fast and extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through and cut through everything, causing people's hair to stand on end. The opponent's reaction was also very fast. The crossbow arrows broke through the air. A total of 10 crossbow arrows shot out with astonishing sharpness. The fragmented golden sword light transformed into specks of starlight. Every speck of starlight was a sword tip. One after another, they struck the crossbow arrows, deflecting them. The fragmented golden starlight gathered, condensing into the most dazzling and resplendent sword aura, breaking through the air. These 20 people were the Wu-Ho government's iron martial guards. Their bodies were covered in black iron armor, better protecting themselves. Their reactions were extremely fast, the long blades at their waists unsheathed, transforming into a cold pitch black blade aura, directly chopping down. This blade was simple, sharp, and ruthless. It had been tempered thousands of times, returning to its original state. The iron martial guards were personally trained by Wu-Ho. They had all been on the battlefield. Hence their blade techniques were very standard battlefield blade techniques. Every blade was simple, but very direct. It was a killing blade technique that had been tempered thousands of times, abandoning all elegance, only seeking to kill the enemy. Every iron martial guard had been on the battlefield with the enemy, life and death battles. Every iron martial guard had taken at least 100 enemy lives. Chun Zong had a feeling of horror. The blade techniques were exquisite and simple. The killing intent was astonishing. But Chun Zong's expression was calm. Facing the few blades chopping down, his heart did not have the slightest ripple. His sword swung out, like a hurricane, directly sweeping away the few blade auras. The sword transformed into a thunderbolt and struck out. Just as it was about to pierce through one of them, suddenly 2 blades pierced through the air, simultaneously attacking Chun Zong. In this situation, the normal thing to do was to withdraw the sword and dodge. But Chun Zong did not do so. With a twist of his body, he abruptly spun in the air, cleverly avoiding the killing intent of the 2 long blades. However, the sword did not stop at all. It turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through the air. In an instant, it pierced into the opponent's throat. First kill. 20 iron martial guards, 19. End the battle. Chun Zong, and Chun Zong, Chun Zong, Chun Zong, Chun Zong, Chun Zong, Chun, and Chun Zong, Chun. After killing one, Chun Zong's feet landed on the ground, his strength exploding, propelling his entire body forward. His sword cut through the air. The sword's light was incomparably sharp, like a gust of wind, slicing through the air, killing the second iron martial guard. Chun Zong's willpower, which was several times stronger than that of a top-notch title martial guard, caused an extremely strong impact to his opponent. Even though the iron martial guards had undergone rigorous training and could resist the willpower of a titled martial guard to a certain extent, they could not resist Chun Zong's willpower. In the end, the 6 Great David were indeed very strong. If 10 of them worked together, they could fight or even kill a top-notch title martial guard, not to mention 20 of them. But they were still no match for a martial sage. And now, whether Chun Zong's strength had reached the level of a martial sage, Chun Zong himself was not sure. But he was sure that he was definitely several times stronger than a top-notch title martial guard. Otherwise, he would not have been able to easily kill top-notch title martial guards like the Fierce Wind Warrior and the Flaming Sunblade. Strength was the source of confidence. The iron martial guards were indeed very strong. If 20 of them worked together, they would be able to kill any top-notch titled martial guard in a short period of time. But if they could not kill a martial sage, they could not kill Chun Zong either. Extremely strong willpower, exquisite swordsmanship, and the experience and aura of a person who had been through hundreds of battles had all contributed to Chun Zong's strength. Kill. With a slash of the sword, the iron martial guard tried his best to block it, but he could not do anything. The sword light was too fast, like a gust of wind. It also changed in an instant, like a floating cloud, unpredictable and unpredictable. The sword slashed across the iron martial guard's throat, directly slicing through half of his neck. In a situation where the power of his willpower was fully unleashed, the opponent's specially made armor could not completely block it. It could only weaken it by a little. The remaining bit was enough to cut through the iron martial guard's body. He was as fast as a cheetah, as powerful as a ferocious tiger, and as agile as a flying dragon. If someone were to see this, they would be extremely shocked. A mere mortal body could be so fast, so ferocious, and so nimble. His various transformations were simply against the common sense of the human body. It was extremely shocking. Chunzong avoided the long sabers of the Iron Martial Guards. The clear heart sword was like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, forceful and sharp. Ultimate kill. The third one. It was fine if he did not use his sword, but once he did, he would definitely die. The Iron Martial Guards quickly spread out, shooting arrows once again. But the moment they spread out, Chunzong also moved quickly, closing in on them. He swung his sword, knocking away the arrows. With another slash of his sword, he killed another Iron Martial Guard. The 20 Iron Martial Guards were not ordinary people, nor could they be compared to ordinary martial warriors. Each of them was extremely powerful and experienced in battle. It would not be so easy for Chunzong to kill them all in a short period of time. Saber light flashed, slashing from all directions, as if wanting to cut Chunzong into pieces. The terrifying killing intent caused one scalp to go numb and their hair to stand on end. But Chunzong's expression remained calm, not panicking at all. It was as if what was slashing down was not saber light, but an illusion. As his footsteps crisscrossed, his body twisted like a snake slithering through the grass, causing the saber light to miss. With another slash of his sword, as if it had pierced through countless saber light, it pierced through the throat of another Iron Martial Guard, killing him. Kill! 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 Shocking killing intent swept out in all directions. Chunzong did not show any mercy. If they wanted to kill him, they would have to be killed by him. At this point, there was no other way to go. He could only fight to the end. His killing intent grew. His eyes became sharper, piercing through the air and landing on another Iron Martial Guard. He slashed. Thunder, gale, shower, lightning, flowing cloud. Every sword strike had a different profundity, different speed, and different strength. As the Iron Martial Guards continued to die, the pressure on Chunzong decreased. Kill. There were only 5 Iron Martial Guards left. These 5 Iron Martial Guards did not fight with Chunzong. Instead, they quickly left. They needed to lure the others to surround and kill this person. Otherwise, this person's strength would be too strong. Chunzong swung his sword. A silver-gray sword chi instantly tore through the air and slashed through the neck of an Iron Martial Guard, splitting it in half. He leaped, using the wall as support, and slashed through the air, killing another Iron Martial Guard. Chase. However, the remaining 3 Iron Martial Guards quickly split up and ran in different directions. Their physiques were all outstanding. For a moment, Chunzong could only chase after one of them and temporarily give up on the other 2. He took a step forward, running like a cheetah with astonishing speed. He quickly caught up with the Iron Martial Guard and killed him. At this time, the other 2 Iron Martial Guards had already run far away. Chunzong quickly took the crossbow from the Iron Martial Guard and tied it to his belt. There were still 9 crossbow bolts on the belt. With a glance, Chunzong quickly understood the principle and operation of the crossbow bolts. He immediately placed 3 crossbow bolts on the belt and fastened them to his left forearm. He quickly chased after one of the Iron Martial Guards. Chunzong's speed was very fast. He was even faster than the other party. As he slowly approached, he raised his hand. The crossbow bolt pierced through the air and hit the other party's back. However, it was blocked by the other party's armor. The second arrow was shot. Without any luck, the crossbow bolt directly pierced through the other party's leg joint. The other party staggered and was about to fall forward. Chunzong quickly rushed forward and killed the other party with a single strike. Chunzong took the other party's crossbow bolt. If used properly, this thing was a killing weapon. It would be of great help to him in dealing with strong enemies. As for the last Iron Martial Guard, it would be difficult to catch up. Chunzong's eyes flashed. He quickly looked around. Soon after, he erased all traces of himself and quickly left. About half an hour later, a golden figure rapidly approached and finally stopped in front of the corpses of the Iron Martial Guards. It was an old man wearing golden dragon armor. His figure was tall and mighty. Although he didn't look young, his face was ruddy. His chi and blood were even more vigorous than a young man's. On his back was a large golden sword. The old man's eyes were extremely sharp. They swept across the corpses. He immediately squatted down and flipped open one of the corpses. When he saw the wound on the throat, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. With his many years of sword practice and incomparably rich battle experience, the old man could tell at a glance that it was a sword wound. This sword wound was smooth and sharp. It meant that when the sword was used to kill, there was no obstruction at all. This meant that the sword's quality was very high. It also meant that the person's swordsmanship was very high. His attack was also extremely ruthless. Interesting. It was not in vain for this old man to personally take action. The old man muttered to himself. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He originally thought that the king was making a mountain out of a molehill for him to personally take action. Now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Although the 6 great guards were very strong, it was still unknown whether they could kill the other party. Looking at this place, there were more than 10 corpses of the Iron Martial Guards. The sword wound on each corpse was basically the same. It was frightening enough that they came from the same person. He hadn't fought with anyone for many years. The 2 in Monarch City had also fought before, but it was difficult to determine the victor. There was no point in continuing the fight. Now, an interesting person had appeared. Perhaps he would be a good opponent. It was lonely to stand at the top. An opponent was hard to find. The old man took a step forward. His footsteps were vigorous and swift, not at all inferior to those young and strong titled martial artists. Chunzong tried his best to restrain his aura. His footsteps were very light, making it difficult for others to detect. The 6 great guards, or rather, only the 5 great guards, were looking for Chunzong. Chunzong was also looking for them. This was a bloody battle of life and death. There was no luck. It was either you or me. Chunzong didn't want to die. Therefore, he had to kill his opponent. Hunter, prey. Who was the hunter and who was the prey? It was all changing. You were chasing me, and I am also chasing you. This was a battle of life and death. Outside the fog, 3,000 Imperial Guards were on standby. They were completely on guard. Chapter 1391. 20 Mingguang guards walked briskly through the small alleys of the mystical martial alley. Suddenly, a sharp arrow pierced through the air and shot towards one of the Mingguang guards. It was a crossbow arrow. The crossbow arrow was extremely fast and shocking. It was as if it could pierce through the sun and the moon, and the timing was unique. Even the Mingguang guards who had undergone rigorous training could not avoid it. By the time they sensed it, the crossbow arrow had already crossed dozens of meters in the air and shot into the neck of the Mingguang guard through a gap in the armor. There was a slight gap between the helmet and the armor, but the crossbow arrow pierced through and killed the Mingguang guard instantly. At the same time, a flash of sword light shot down from the sky like lightning. The sword was extremely sharp, like a meteor piercing the moon. It was extremely fast and sharp. Kill! It directly pierced through the armor of the 2nd Mingguang guard and killed him. In just an instant, 2 Mingguang guards who had undergone rigorous training and were feared by many warriors were killed. The remaining 18 Mingguang guards looked cold and solemn. They reacted quickly and scattered in an instant. They aimed their crossbows at the falling figure and shot without hesitation. Suddenly, 18 crossbow arrows pierced through the air like lightning. But all of this seemed to be under the control of that figure. He once again used the corpses of the 2 Radiant Guards as shields to block a portion of the crossbow bolts. With a wave of his sword, he deflected the other bolts. Then, he crouched down and charged out like a cheetah. The mystical martial alley was not very big, but it was very complicated. The 6 Mingguang guards were scattered in different directions, making it easier for Chunzong to defeat them one by one. After a fierce battle, none of the 20 Mingguang guards managed to escape. They all died under Chunzong's sword. The blood of the Mingguang's sword dripped onto the ground and made a ticking sound. After Chunzong collected some arrows, he quickly left. These crossbow bolts would be a great help to him, helping him to kill his enemies better. At this point, the Mingguang guards were all wiped out. There was only 1 Iron Guard left. After Chunzong left, he did not immediately look for other enemies. Instead, he rested. After a fierce battle, he had used up a lot of energy. He needed to eat and rest to recover. Only then could he ensure that he was in peak condition to face other strong enemies. This time, it might be more dangerous than he had imagined. Of the 6 great guards, the Dragonblood Guard was the strongest. The other 5 guards were about the same in strength. However, the 100 Battles guards were different. Out of the 20 of them, 10 of them had crossbows, while the other 10 didn't. Both bows and crossbows had their own advantages, but if used well, they were both terrifying. The crossbow was very convenient and fast when it was fired. Its speed was extremely fast, and it could be fired with a raise of the hand. Its penetrative power was amazing, but its range was limited. It was about 50 meters. Beyond 50 meters, the power of the crossbow arrow would be greatly reduced. Bows, on the other hand, were different. No matter how fast a bow was, it would still take some time to draw an arrow. It was slower than a crossbow, but its advantage lay in its range. Strong bows could shoot arrows up to 100 meters, and within 100 meters, they could deal considerable damage. The difference between 50 meters and 100 meters was huge in a world without extraordinary powers. After all, even a Marshal Saint-level expert would need 2 to 3 breaths of time to cross 50 meters, and that was under the condition of using his full strength. Although the archery skills of the 1,000 war guards could not be compared to divine archery, it was still very frightening. However, everything was under Chunzong's control. The terrain of the mystical martial alley was complicated, and bows would be limited here. Of course, in addition to their amazing archery skills, these 10 archers were also very strong in close combat. However, no matter what, they were all dead. All of them died under Chunzong's sword. They were powerful, but Chunzong was even more powerful. After killing them, Chunzong took the crossbow, a strong bow, and a quiver of arrows. After recovering his strength, he continued to search and hunt. Out of the 6 great guards, 3 were already dead. The remaining 3 were the strongest, the Dragonblood guards, the Jingang guards, and the Ingwei. You treat me as prey, and I treat you as prey. This was a game of life and death. The Jingang guards were destroyed. The Ingwei were destroyed. The Iron guards who found the Ingwei were also dead. At this point, out of the 6 great guards, only the strongest, the Dragonblood guards, were left. They split into 2 directions and surrounded Chunzong. On the left and right sides were high walls. Draw the bow, load the arrows. In an instant, Chunzong pulled the strong bow into a full moon. The sharp tip of the arrow flickered with cold light. 20 Dragonblood guards, dressed in blood-red dragon claw armor and helmets, exuded an indescribable coldness. Their sharp gazes were like cold lightning. They stared at Chunzong, giving Chunzong an indescribable pressure. Crossbows, shields. They were armed to the teeth with blood-red long and short swords. Just in terms of equipment, the Dragonblood guards were better than the other 5 guards. Their aura was also more extraordinary. No wonder they were called the head of the 6 great guards. Chunzong released his fingers, and the arrow turned into a stream of light that pierced through the air. However, the 10 Dragonblood guards' expressions did not change. They quickly raised their right arms and used the shields to defend. However, Chunzong's swordsmanship was extraordinary, and so was his archery. His eyesight was outstanding, and his arrow was extremely accurate. Immediately, the 10 Dragonblood guards swung their long, blood-red swords in unison, forming a wall of swords. As they weaved through the air, they actually blocked Chunzong's arrow. On the other side, the Dragonblood guards quickly closed in. They raised their left arms and aimed their crossbows at Chunzong. When they were within a certain distance, the crossbow arrows shot out. Chunzong had to deal with the 10 crossbow arrows coming at him from behind. At the same time, the 10 Dragonblood guards coming at him from the front also closed in and shot out 10 crossbow arrows. Chunzong was surrounded by enemies from the front and back. Stepping forward, Chunzong rushed to the side in an instant. He stepped onto the wall and dodged the 20 crossbow arrows. At the same time, the 20 crossbow arrows also shot at the other side. However, this scene had already been practiced many times. The Dragonblood guard expressions did not change. They raised their shields to block the crossbow arrows and continued to attack Chinzong. Among them, for were at the level of titled martial warriors. The moment they drew their swords, a blood-red light spread out. It even connected into one and surged forward like a blood-red wave. Chinzong only felt that his eyes were filled with the blood-red light rippling and spreading. It was as if he could smell the terrifying stench of blood. His eyes were sharp and calm. The fragmented golden sword light suddenly turned into a torrential wave, surging in all directions. Extremely terrifying sword chi shot out. As it rippled, it tore through the air like a raging tide. Without a doubt, among the Dragon Blood Guards, these 4 people were the greatest threat. They were more powerful than any of the top-titled martial warriors. Therefore, he had to kill them as soon as possible. He swung the longbow in his left hand and blocked a slash. His right hand raised the clear heart sword at an extremely exquisite angle. It was incomparably mysterious. Kill! This sword was unstoppable and unavoidable. Like a wisp of fragmented golden wind, the Dragon Blood Guard's eyes widened. He lost all his strength and fell from the wall. At the same time, 3 long swords slashed at him from different angles. Their swordsmanship was extremely exquisite, as if they were born only for killing. Chinzong's leg flew up and accurately kicked the body of the sword, deflecting it. He swung the longbow horizontally and blocked another sword. The clear heart sword trembled and broke through the 3rd sword. It pierced through the gap in the armor and pierced through the throat. To kill such an elite who had undergone extremely strict training, it had to be fatal. The other Dragon Blood Guards cooperated and attacked. Chinzong was in a predicament. Every Dragon Blood Guard was powerful, and their cooperation was even more astonishing. The pressure that the 20 Dragon Blood Guards brought to Chinzong was obviously much greater than that of the other guards. Fortunately, Chinzong had been trained, and his strength had improved greatly. However, this body was ultimately just an ordinary body. It had its limits. Chinzong was almost hit by a Dragon Blood Guard's longsword. He did not have the armor of the Dragon Blood Guards, and his defense was much weaker. If he was hit, he would be injured. Once he was injured, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Fight! In a fierce battle, the pressure came. Under the pressure of this life and death crisis, Chinzong became more proficient in the application of his spirit and will. His accumulation of clear sword theory was also becoming more vigorous. At this stage and realm, it was the easiest time to accumulate. Once he broke through, his strength would become stronger, but it would be more difficult to continue accumulating. Clear sword theory. This was the advantage of this realm, and it could be considered the only advantage. Kill. Another Dragon Blood Guard fell under Chinzong's sword. This feeling of walking and jumping on the tip of a sword terrified Chinzong, but it also made Chinzong extremely excited. This was a battle that concerned his life and death, and he could not afford the slightest carelessness. And this feeling of hovering on the edge of danger and life and death made Chinzong's blood boil. His spirit and will unconsciously became more and more condensed to the extreme, as if it would completely materialize and shoot out. Chinzong knew that it would be another kind of transformation. Half-step Dao intent. This breakthrough meant that he would also break through the realm of clear sword theory and step into the 5th level of sword Dao, palm sword intent. Of course, it was only between the 4th and 5th level. Chinzong did not know if clear sword theory's advantage would still be present in this situation. Therefore, Chinzong did not want to break through so quickly. Accumulation. Further accumulation. These accumulations did not seem to have any effect now, but they would definitely have a significant effect in the future. Tall buildings were built from the ground. Nothing was obtained for free. The blade swept past his cheek, and a trace of coldness filled the air, as if it was going to cut his face. Chinzong felt a chill invade his body. His head tilted slightly to avoid the blade, and he stabbed out with his sword, directly killing his opponent. The Dragon Blood Guards seemed to have gone mad, and they attacked without fear of death. Even if they died, they wanted to drag Chinzong down with them. Chinzong became more and more excited, but also more and more vigilant. He could not be injured, and he could not drag this out for too long. The longer the battle went on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. The third titled martial artist, a dragon blood guard, died under his sword, and the pressure on him obviously decreased a little. A crack suddenly sounded, and as if lightning had split the sky, the sword struck out and killed a dragon blood guard. Only 10 of the 20 dragon blood guards remained. At the same time, in the distance, a tall and mighty figure dressed in golden armor was dashing over at an astonishing speed, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. It seemed that he would soon arrive at the place where Chunzong and the dragon blood guards were fighting. Chapter 1392. The battle was extremely intense. The smell of blood filled the air and spread in all directions. What a strong smell of blood! The tall and mighty figure in golden armor paused for a moment. He carefully sniffed the air with a cold and solemn expression. The cultivation of martial warriors was the cultivation of the body to the extreme. When an elite martial warrior reached the limit of his body, he would break through from the spiritual will level and become a titled martial warrior. A martial sage's body had reached the peak. Coupled with the maintenance and conditioning, they could stay at their peak for a long time. Even if they grew old, they would not degenerate. Of course, the price to pay to maintain one's peak state was not small. Ordinary families could not afford it. Even factions like the four marquee residences could not afford to support martial sages. Only the royal family could. For example, Martial Sage Xiang was not willing to accept the royal family's recruitment. He was gradually going downhill by himself. However, the two martial sages of the royal family could still maintain their peak state. The peak of the human body not only referred to strength and speed, but also the five senses. The golden figure suddenly sped up. After a dozen breaths of time, corpses fell to the ground one after another. Blood flowed everywhere, and a slender figure stood among them. He held a long sword in his hand, and blood slowly dripped down. That figure looked very young, but he was panting heavily, very tired. The 20 dragon blood guards were indeed very strong. When they worked together, Chunzong felt very tired. He had used up too much energy. He had used up at least 70% of his energy. It cannot be helped. Although Chunzong was much stronger than them, his body was very ordinary and could not cultivate. He was even weaker than them. If not for Chunzong's shocking control of strength, it would be even more difficult to say. Footsteps sounded. They were extremely heavy, as if they were stepping on his heart. Chunzong's expression turned serious. Looking straight ahead, Chunzong tried his best to regulate his breathing and recover the energy he had used up. An old man walked over with large strides. He was wearing golden armor with dragon patterns on it. It looked very magnificent. However, Chunzong's pupils instantly shrank. What he saw was not magnificence, but tenacity. That armor was perhaps even tougher than the armor of the Dragon Blood Guards, and had even greater defensive power. The elder's figure was tall and mighty. He had the posture of a dragon or a tiger. He walked over step by step and was incomparably steady. Traces of aura rose from his body, like an invisible mountain moving horizontally, bringing obvious pressure to Chunzong. As he walked, his golden armor constantly emitted dull metallic clanging sounds, as if it was imperceptibly strengthening his aura. The old man stopped when he was 20 meters away from Chunzong. His feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, but his eyes were shining with a sharp light, as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. His gaze was so sharp that it gave Chunzong a lot of pressure. To have such strength at such a young age and such swordsmanship, he could be called a rare genius. Even in the era of the ancient warriors, he could be regarded as a peerless genius of his generation. The old man spoke with a low and forceful voice, and it carried a dignified aura of supremacy and a shocking, imposing aura. It was a dignified aura brought about by the combination of power and strength. Ordinary people would only feel fear and dread under such a voice. However, Chunzong did not feel fear, but he also felt a trace of pressure. Let's go somewhere else. I'm very willing to learn from you and make friends with you. the old man said again. His voice became deeper and more forceful, and the pressure increased. But unfortunately, you shouldn't have gone against the country. It's not what I want. Chunzong smiled slightly. He took this opportunity to stall for time and recover as much strength as possible. I just want to live, that's all. In the end, it was others who provoked him, and he did not take the initiative to provoke others. Since someone wanted to kill him, he could only kill the other party. If it's possible, I'm willing to let you recover as much as you want to fight with you again. The old man also saw Chunzong's plan. He wanted to stall for time to recover his strength, but he did not give Chunzong the chance. But since you've gone against the country and the royal family, you can only die. As his voice fell, the old man also pulled out the long sword on his back at the same time. The sword was as wide as a palm and longer than an ordinary sword. There were golden dragon patterns on it, and it looked very delicate. Chunzong was even more certain of the other party's identity. Golden Dragon Sword Saint. Longshan country had 3 martial sages. The martial sage of Sunset established the martial arts hall. He did not seek refuge with the royal family, but he also would not go against the royal family. As long as the royal family had need, he would respond when there were signs. As for the other 2 martial sages, one was recruited by the royal family, and the other was the royal family's own martial sage. It was said that he was a noble in the early years of the royal family. He was not interested in power and was passionate about martial arts. He was also very talented. As such, with the royal family's resources, he became a martial sage. His swordsmanship was very brilliant, so he was called the Golden Dragon Sword Saint. Golden Dragon Sword Saint. This was the highest representative of personal strength in Longshan country. 6 guards and a martial sage were dispatched to deal with him. He had to say that the royal family of Longshan country really thought highly of him. Then, since there was no time to recover his strength, he would fight. This battle was inevitable. The Golden Dragon Sword Saint unsheathed the Golden Dragon Sword, bringing out a golden light that was extremely dazzling. Immediately, the sword slashed out, and a golden sword aura cut across the sky, directly tearing through a distance of 20 meters and attacked Chunzong. Chunzong moved his feet slightly and avoided the slash of the golden sword aura. At a distance of 20 meters, the power of the sword aura became very weak. Chunzong could easily break it, but he did not because he wanted to save his strength. He wanted to save as much strength as possible to recover his strength. The Golden Dragon Sword Saint did not pay much attention to it. That sword aura was just casually released. The purpose was actually to test Chunzong and see how much strength he had left. However, he did not test it out. He took a step forward, and immediately the Golden Dragon Sword Saint's speed increased. The Golden Dragon sword waved, and there seemed to be a dragon's roar that resounded through the sky. The golden sword aura attacked, as if it wanted to pierce and shatter everything. If one looked at it from the side, it would seem that the man and the sword were one. The golden light connected into a large area, like a winding golden dragon. In Chunzong's eyes, the golden light seemed to have turned into a dragon's head, fiercely pouncing toward him, vivid and lifelike. The Golden Dragon Sword Saint lived up to his name. This move immediately brought great pressure to Chunzong, and it was more than twice as strong as the Red Sun Blades. This meant that the Golden Dragon Sword Saint's spiritual will was at least twice as strong as the Red Sun Blades. But was it just that simple? A difference of only twice as strong as the spiritual will could not bring about such a big difference in strength. But now, Chunzong could not see it, or rather, the Golden Dragon Sword Saint had not shown his full strength. The sword arrived, like a golden dragon breaking through the sky, with amazing power. Chunzong instantly took a deep breath, and the power in his body also gathered and exploded in an instant. A strong spiritual will gushed out, and the power penetrated the sword, revealing a faint light. The long sword was swung, and it turned into an extremely violent thunderbolt, smashing through the air. In the battle with the Dragon Blood Guard, Chunzong had mainly used up his physical strength. Although his spiritual will had also been used up, he still had a lot left. Under the extremely strong spiritual will, the power of Chunzong's sword increased exponentially, and it was terrifying beyond compare. The moment the two swords collided, Chunzong felt a kind of open and majestic impact. The Golden Dragon's sword Saint felt an extremely strong impact, full of destruction and destruction, like a thunderbolt. The Golden Dragon's sword Saint's expression changed greatly. This spiritual will was too strong, more than twice as strong as his. Terrifying. As a warrior saint, the Golden Dragon sword Saint knew very well how important a warrior's spiritual will was. It meant potential. It was also very difficult to improve one's spiritual will. Thinking about himself, the reason why he could have such a strong spiritual will was that, in addition to some talent, he had been constantly training in the resources provided by the royal family. However, his opponent was much younger than him, but his spiritual will was more than twice as strong as his. Was this innate, or was it due to other reasons? There was no time to think. Chunzong had already attacked with his sword. Since he had attacked, he would show no mercy and end the battle quickly. The sword turned into an aurora, and it was so fast that it shocked the Golden Dragon sword Saint. What shocked him was not the speed of the sword, which he could still barely catch, but its power. If he was not wrong, Chunzong had used the power of thunder, but now it had turned into the power of light. Could it be that this person had mastered a way to transform two types of power? Or was it talent? There was no time to think. The Golden Dragon sword Saint swung his sword and blocked Chunzong's attack. The strength of a warrior saint was so terrifying. In the next moment, Chunzong's sword turned into a mountain and fell from the sky. It was extremely heavy and powerful, as if it could crush and crush everything. The Golden Dragon sword Saint's expression changed dramatically. A third type, his spiritual will had transformed into a third type of power. It was unbelievable. Even the dual ultimate warrior saint, who had been recruited by the royal family, had only mastered two types of power. He was already stronger than the Golden Dragon sword Saint. This person had mastered three types of power. A chill ran down his spine. The Golden Dragon sword Saint knew that this person's talent and potential were too terrifying. Now that he had a grudge against the royal family, he could not let him live no matter what. Kill. While this person was at his weakest after the battle with the Dragon Blood Guards, he had to kill him to prevent future troubles. Otherwise, the royal family's reputation would be challenged or even shaken. To the Golden Dragon sword Saint, the decline of the martial arts did not affect him. On the contrary, it was a good thing. It meant that he could be superior in terms of personal strength. Therefore, he did not have any sense of honor as a martial artist. He hoped that the martial arts would be revived and that the era of martial arts would return. What a pity! The Golden Dragon sword Saint's expression turned solemn. His aura changed as well, and an astonishing majestic aura filled the air. A faint golden light flashed in his eyes, piercing through everything. A low roar, like a dragon's roar, suddenly sounded. Then, the Golden Dragon sword Saint's Golden Dragon sword flashed with golden light. The dragon pattern on the sword seemed to be activated. The Golden Dragon almost left the sword, vivid and lifelike. Golden Dragon slash. A low roar sounded, and a dragon's roar filled the sky. Chapter 1393. Golden Dragon slash. Like a golden dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, the attack was so powerful that it seemed to be able to shatter everything. Chunzong's face was solemn. Now that he had less than half of his strength left, he could not afford to waste any more time. Chunzong's eyes shone brighter and brighter as he unleashed his spiritual will. In the end, he swung his sword like a dazzling star. The sword disappeared into the air. Only a ray of light, as dazzling as a meteor, flashed across the sky and pierced through everything with astonishing sharpness. The strength of one's spiritual will determined the power of one's moves. In terms of spiritual will, Chunzong was more than twice as strong as the Golden Dragon sword. Therefore, Even if he did not create any unique moves, the power of his sword was still stronger than that of the golden dragon slash. The sword pierced through the golden dragon like a flash of light and shot toward the golden dragon sword saint. This was Chunzong's full strength. It was not a unique move, but it was not weaker than a unique move. After all, the so-called unique move was actually a better application of one's strength. When one's strength reached the extreme, even an ordinary move could explode with the power of a unique move. Of course, if Chunzong was given enough time, he could also create a unique move and make it even more powerful. The golden dragon slash was broken by Chunzong. The sword pierced toward the golden dragon sword saint like a meteor. The golden dragon sword saint was shocked, but he did not have time to dodge and was stabbed. However, the golden dragon armor on his body was specially forged. Its defensive power was even higher than that of the Dragon Blood Guards. It blocked Chunzong's sword directly. The moment the sword touched the golden dragon armor, Chunzong's expression changed. It was too hard, so hard that the sword could not pierce it. At most, it would leave a small mark on it. It was not a big deal. The golden dragon sword saint reacted quickly. He raised his sword as if he was going to split a mountain from the bottom up. Chunzong's hair stood on end. He could only retreat quickly. Then, he raised his left arm and shot out a crossbow arrow. At such a close distance, the crossbow arrow was extremely fast and powerful. However, when the arrow hit the golden dragon sword saint, it was still blocked by the golden dragon armor. The golden dragon battle armor was meticulously designed, and it took several months to complete. There were no gaps between the various parts of the armor, and they were all well protected. Therefore, there was only one way to injure the golden dragon sword saint, and that was to break through the golden dragon armor. It could be said that the golden dragon sword saint was invincible with his armor alone. Chunzong's face suddenly darkened. He could not break through the defense of his opponent's armor. Even if he could hit his opponent, he would not be able to cause any damage. All his efforts were in vain. Perhaps he could try to break through by attacking a single point at the same time, just like how dripping water could penetrate stone. However, that required some time and a sufficiently fast sword speed. No matter which condition it was very difficult for Chunzong to fulfill. After all, the other party was a sword saint. His swordsmanship was brilliant, and he was powerful. He wouldn't just stand there and let him attack. Chunzong's mind raced. He imagined if he could break through the golden dragon sword saint's armor with all the strength of his body and use overload. However, the result was that he could not. Even if he used overload, it would only make his sword faster and more powerful. However, the strength of his spiritual will was still there. It could not be improved by much. Chunzong's heart sank. He felt helpless. Immediately, his eyes became determined, as if he had made a decision. At the same time, the golden dragon sword saint's eyes shone brightly like lightning. Traces of unusual energy permeated the air, and Chunzong's heart palpitated for no reason. Golden dragon extinction. With a low roar like an angry dragon, the golden dragon sword saint swung his sword with all his strength. This sword was extremely dazzling with golden light, and its power was extremely shocking. This sword contained an extremely terrifying power that was even more terrifying than spiritual will. It was like a dragon's claw that attacked from the sky and was about to tear Chunzong to pieces. Chunzong's heart palpitated. From this sword, Chunzong felt a power that was even more powerful than spiritual will. It seemed to draw some kind of mystery between heaven and earth, and directly oppressed Chunzong, as if it was repelling Chunzong. It felt like he was isolated, and he was an enemy of heaven and earth. He could not resist and would be killed by this sword. In an instant, Chunzong was faced with great pressure. Under this pressure, Chunzong had to make a breakthrough. Even though he had been suppressing the breakthrough and delaying it, at this moment, in this life and death crisis, he had no choice but to make a breakthrough. In this case, there was no need to hesitate to make a breakthrough. In an instant, spiritual will surged endlessly, as if it had turned into a storm of destruction that swept in all directions. Heaven and earth seemed to tremble under this spiritual will. Then, wave after wave of inspiration and enlightenment emerged. Spiritual will seem to have absorbed some kind of mystery and began to derive new power. It was a fundamental power that came from the soul and spiritual will. It was a power that was integrated with the mystery of heaven and earth. It was a potential power that seemed to have been dug out from the sword itself. As soon as this power was condensed, traces of sharp chi filled the air. It was like the sharpest, invisible sword chi that could cut and pierce through everything. As soon as this sharp chi appeared, the golden dragon sword saint's heart skipped a beat. He felt extremely frightened and subconsciously released more power. He did not care about anything else, even if he was slightly injured. He only wanted to kill this person. A trace of sharpness filled the mind-clearing sword. This trace of sharpness was a new kind of power, a power that was several times more terrifying than the enhancement of spiritual will. There was no special move, just a sword swing. The sword light was extremely fast, like a shooting star piercing through the sky, with indescribable sharpness. In an instant, Chun Zong's sword pierced through the golden dragon claw and shot out like a hot knife through butter. It was extremely fast and powerful. The golden dragon sword saint's hair stood on end, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. He tried his best to dodge, but he could not. His body seemed to have stiffened, and he could not move at all. He could only watch the extremely dazzling light break through the sky and kill him. What kind of power is this? What kind of sword is this? The golden dragon sword saint did not know. He only felt terrified. My golden dragon armor can block it, the golden dragon sword saint said to himself. The golden dragon armor was made of extraordinary materials, and the craftsmanship was also extraordinary. Its defensive power was amazing, and it had an extremely strong deflecting effect. It can definitely block it. But for some reason, the golden dragon sword saint felt a little uneasy. It was as if there was a voice that kept repeating, "Can't block it, can't block it, can't block it." It was like a demon's will. Chun Zong used up all his strength in this sword. It carried with it the conviction to kill, the extreme sharpness, and the will to penetrate everything. It broke through the sky and attacked. The moment the tip of the sword touched the golden dragon armor, Chun Zong felt the toughness of the armor through the body of the sword. It was desperately trying to block the attack. However, the sword light was too powerful. It pierced through the defense of the golden dragon armor and pierced through it. The sword pierced through the golden dragon armor. Although the power of the sword was weakened, the remaining power was still very terrifying. It pierced through the golden dragon sword saint's ribs and into his heart. The sword pierced through his heart. The golden dragon sword saint stared at Chun Zong in a daze. The golden dragon sword fell to the ground, making an ear-piercing sound. The golden dragon sword saint's strength was rapidly draining from his heart. As his opponent pulled out the sword, blood spurted out continuously. As a martial arts saint, he had a large number of tonics to maintain his vigorous chi and blood. His chi and blood were very shocking. Now that his heart was pierced, a large amount of blood spurted out like a fountain. What is that power? The golden dragon sword saint knew that he was going to die, but he still asked unwillingly. Half-step sword intent. Chun Zong's voice was cold, powerful, and low. Half-step sword intent. The golden dragon sword saint didn't understand, but when he heard it, he felt that it was very extraordinary. Moreover, the power was very strong. It was even stronger than the profound of the martial arts saint that he had mastered. To become a titled warrior, one had to understand the spiritual will. To become a martial arts saint, one had to understand the profound of the martial arts saint. However, this kind of power was much stronger than the profound of the martial arts saint. The golden dragon sword saint couldn't help but yearn for it. Perhaps there was a higher realm above the martial arts saint. Unfortunately, he had no chance to see it. However, if he could know it here, he would die with no regrets. Thinking of this, the golden dragon sword saint closed his eyes. His chi and blood spurted out and gradually weakened. After 10 breaths, the golden dragon sword saint fell to the ground. His chi and vitality were gone. Dead. Seeing the golden dragon sword saint fall to the ground and die, Chunzong felt relieved and let out a sigh of relief. First, he fought against the 20 dragon blood guards. Although he wasn't injured, he had consumed a lot of energy. Before he could recover, the golden dragon sword saint appeared. Chunzong had no choice but to fight. However, the golden dragon sword saint was very strong. The defense of his golden dragon armor was even more amazing. His sword couldn't pierce through it at all. Moreover, the golden dragon sword saint had mastered a power that was even more powerful than spiritual will. In this situation, Chunzong was directly in a life-or-death crisis. Chunzong had no choice but to break through. Half-step sword intent. Chunzong had used it before, but he had used it unconsciously. Then, after many trials and comprehensions, Chunzong was confident that he could master the half-step sword intent not long ago. However, he had suppressed it because he wanted to stay in the clear sword theory realm for a longer time, so that he could further consolidate and accumulate. However, under the threat of death, he had no choice but to break through. As soon as he broke through, the half-step sword intent showed an unparalleled power. Not only did he break the Golden Dragon Sword Saint's ultimate move, but he also pierced the Golden Dragon Sword Saint's armor with amazing defensive power. Then he pierced the Golden Dragon Sword Saint's heart and killed him in one strike. For a bona fide martial sage to die in such a manner in a small alley, it must be said that this was extremely sullen. Chunzong stopped thinking and looked around. After breaking through to the half-step sword intent, Chunzong was confident that he could leave this place, or rather, this world. It was a feeling of inspiration. Chapter 1394. Outside the mystical martial alley, 3,000 Imperial guards surrounded the area. They were all wearing armor and staring coldly. They were ready to unleash their power at any moment and unleash a terrifying attack in an instant. However, there was no movement. The 6 Davids and the Golden Dragon Sword Saint had entered the alley and disappeared without a trace. Waiting. Everyone was waiting. The royal family was waiting, the warriors were waiting, and the civilians were also waiting. Changha Sword King looked on with a trace of expectation and hope in his heart. Beside Long River Sword King stood an old man in his twilight years. He looked very old, as if he already had 1 foot in his coffin. However, the people of the Samurai Martial Arts Academy all treated him with respect. Martial Saint Xiang. He had single-handedly created the warriors' establishment. To a certain extent, he had retained some of the warriors' dignity from the royal family. Now, he was already very old. Among the 3 remaining martial saints of the Longxian nation, Martial Saint Xiang was the oldest and most qualified. However, it was also because he was the oldest. He was now over 80 years old and lacked sufficient nourishment. His body had gradually weakened. In a few years, his body would be similar to an ordinary person's. At that time, even if his martial skills were superb, he would not be able to stop the loss of strength. When he was 100 years old, the warriors' establishment would probably decline and even be directly taken over by the royal family. Changha Sword King, if his junior could not break through to the martial saint realm, it would be the same. Martial Saint Xiang was dispirited as he stared ahead. It was the direction of the mystical martial alley. He only hoped that the young warrior who was suspected to have the strength of a martial saint could survive. Time passed slowly. A long time had passed. Suddenly, a golden light flashed and flew out from the mystical martial alley for dozens of meters. It landed heavily and directly broke the hard ground. It was inserted diagonally into the crack. The golden light was dazzling. This scene immediately gave everyone a fright. It also caused the Imperial guards who had sealed off the corner to immediately react. They raised their spears and took aim with their bows. However, when they saw the golden thing, their pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. That is, the members of the royal family were even more horrified and could not believe it. Martial Saint Xiang's slightly bent body straightened in an instant. Because of the shock, his eyes widened and almost popped out. His whole body was trembling. Shock. Incomparable shock. Shock that came from the depths of his soul. Perhaps the civilians did not recognize what the golden sword represented, but he knew. He was very clear and very familiar. The golden dragon sword. That was the golden dragon sword saint's sword. To a certain extent, the golden dragon sword saint was his opponent. His sword had been thrown out of the mystical martial alley. What did this mean? This meant that the golden dragon sword saint might have met with misfortune. Otherwise, why would the other party throw the sword away and even throw it outside? For a moment, Marshal Saint Xiang, Marshal Saint, happy or sad? The royal family's camp was scared out of their wits. The golden dragon sword, that was the sword of the golden dragon sword saint, the royal uncle of the current emperor. How could it be thrown out? Golden dragon sword saint, he didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Otherwise, he would feel his hair stand on end. Suddenly, there was a sudden change. An extremely sharp sound broke through the air, and at the same time, an arrow was shot out from the bowstring. In an instant, it crossed dozens of meters and shot towards one of the Imperial Guards who was holding a strong bow. It was too sudden, too fast. Although the guard had undergone strict training and reacted faster than ordinary people, he could not react to this attack at all. Even the 6 great guards would not be able to react in time, let alone the Imperial Guards who were weaker than them. In the blink of an eye, the arrow pierced through the throat of the bow-wielding Imperial Guard. His body was pushed back by the powerful force and crashed into another Imperial Guard. The arrow that pierced through half of the Imperial Guard's neck had almost pierced through the Imperial Guard. Then a second arrow, a third arrow, a fourth arrow, one arrow after another pierced through the air. They were extremely fast and extremely shocking. They killed the Imperial Guards one after another. Every arrow was fatal. Moreover, the ones who were killed were the Imperial Guards who were armed with bows. The one who shot the arrows was Chunzong. Killing the archers was naturally to reduce the threat of the Imperial Guards. After all, if he appeared, he would definitely be shot by dozens of archers. It was very disadvantageous. Chunzong's bow came from Baijian Wei, one of the 6 great guards. The arrows were also obtained from Baijian Wei. There were a total of 120 arrows. After Chunzong killed the Golden Dragon Grandsword Saint, he used all his strength to recover. When he was fully recovered, he found all the arrows and threw out the Golden Dragon Grandsword Saint's sword to intimidate others. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chunzong used his superb archery skills to kill one Imperial Guard after another. From the wall of mystical martial alley to where the Imperial Guards were surrounding, it was about 100 meters. The distance was just right. Kill! Charge! Immediately, the general gave the order. The sword-shield soldiers immediately got into formation and raised their shields, forming a shield wall and pushing forward. Using the shields to block the arrows, the archers also drew their bows and aimed at mystical martial alley. They released their fingers and started a round of arrows. Even if they did not see the target, they could still suppress the enemy and make it difficult for them to appear. This way, the sword-shield soldiers could get closer. Following the sword-shield soldiers, the spearmen also started to advance in formation, pointing their spears straight at the enemy. For a moment, killing intent spread in all directions, chilling the people in the distance. Chang'e Sword King's eyes bulged, almost falling out. He was still shocked. The Golden Dragon Grand Sword Saint was dead. Then what about the 6 Davids? Did they not find Chunzong, or were they all killed by Chunzong? Thinking about it, with the 6 Great Guards' ability, it was impossible for them to not find Chunzong. In other words, the possibility of Chunzong killing the 6 Davids was as high as 70 to 80%. Terrifying. Thinking of this, Chang'e Sword King was horrified, extremely horrified. He was actually able to fight against 6 Davids and a martial saint by himself, and even kill them. What kind of strength was this? And now, he was even fighting against the Imperial Guards. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Thinking of this, Chang'e Sword King felt inexplicably excited. An indescribable excitement emerged from the depths of his heart. Chunzong did not appear, but he also felt the approach of the sword-shield soldiers. However, Chunzong's expression was calm. Not surprised at all. So what if they were close? Did they dare to come in? If they did, they would be killed by him. However, Chunzong did not wait quietly. Instead, he quickly moved, rushing to other places and shooting again. Arrows left the bowstring and pierced through the air, killing the archers of the Imperial Guards again. Alone and with the walls of mystical Martial Alley as cover, Chunzong moved freely, as fast as the wind, extremely nimble. Kill! 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 The 120 arrows were all set up, and the number of Imperial Guards killed was as many as 130. Chunzong also picked up some arrows that the archers had shot at him to replenish his ammunition. Charge in! One of the princes was almost killed by an arrow. He was extremely shocked and furious. He immediately roared, "Kill your way in for this prince. Charge!" The general of the Imperial Guards was livid. Seeing his subordinates being shot to death, he was furious. Hearing the prince's shout, the sword-shield soldiers immediately pushed into mystical Martial Alley, followed by the spearmen. Most of the alleys in mystical Martial Alley were not wide, and only 2 or 3 people could stand side by side. If the sword-shield soldiers were fully armed, only 2 people could stand side by side. Of course, if the alleys were wide, 5 or 6 people could stand side by side. However, to Chunzong, a group of fully armed sword-shield soldiers and spearmen entering mystical Martial Alley was no different from seeking death. Even the 6 Great Guard were no match for Chunzong, not to mention them. Only in an open space could these Imperial Guards unleash more destructive power than the 6 Great Guards. Here, they were simply trapped in a cocoon of their own making. It had to be said that the general had given a very stupid order. Seeing a group of sword-shield soldiers with shields and swords secretly advancing, Chunzong sneered, and his eyes shone with killing intent. He calmly walked toward the sword-shield soldiers step by step. Slowly, he unsheathed the Mingxin sword, and a trace of sharpness spread out. Kill! The sword broke through the air, and the sword light was as fast as lightning. It was extremely fast, and it fiercely bombarded the shield. The defense of the shield was indeed very strong, but it was not stronger than the armor of the 6 Great Guards. After all, there were many Imperial Guards, not just these 3,000. Every one of them needed a set of armor, weapons, and shields. If they wanted the same quality as the 6 Great Guards, the royal family would not be able to afford it with their financial resources. Therefore, they could only settle for the second best. Even so, they were still of high quality. The weapons and armors used by the elite soldiers were of a lower quality. With one strike, the shield was immediately broken, and the Imperial Guard behind the shield was killed. Like a hot knife through butter. Invincible. Chunzong was the epitome of a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Although the sword-shield soldiers and spearmen cooperated very well, it also depended on who the opponent was. Moreover, they were in a small alley, so they had no advantage. This was a massacre. There were more than 100 sword-shield soldiers and spearmen in this section of mystical Martial Alley, and all of them were killed. After killing more than 100 Imperial Guards, Chunzong had also used up a lot of his energy. He hid and rested again. With thousands of elite soldiers, even if they stood still and let Chunzong kill them without any resistance, it would still take a long time and consume a lot of energy. Moreover, they would resist, although their resistance was nothing to Chunzong. Seeing that more than 100 Imperial Guards had rushed in a mystical Martial Alley, there were voices. Not long after, all the voices fell silent, and the Imperial Guard general outside looked extremely gloomy. Dead. The thick smell of blood permeated the air, indicating that they were all dead. What should we do? A terrifying expert who could kill the 6 Great Guards and the Golden Dragon Sword Saint, and who was in the terrain of mystical Martial Alley. How could we deal with him? Even if we let the Martial Saint of Double Extremity attack, it would be useless. They might even be killed like the Golden Dragon Martial Saint. Fire attack. That's right. Use fire attack and burn him alive. If he doesn't want to die, he must rush out. Then we can surround and kill him. Chapter 1395. Immediately, buckets of kerosene were pushed in carts. Under the protection of the sword shield soldiers, the kerosene was pushed to the entrance of mystical martial alley and its surroundings. The kerosene was poured out and splashed everywhere. Then, a strong archer of the Imperial Guard fired a fire arrow. The fire arrow accurately hit the kerosene, and it instantly burst into flames. The fire spread and burned the entire mystical martial alley. When Chunzong saw the kerosene, he was shocked. The mystical martial alley was not very big. If the enemy used fire to attack, he only had two options. One was to enter the center of the mystical martial alley. In this way, he would be trapped and killed. This was because most of the houses in the mystical martial alley were made of wood. They had been abandoned for many years and were very dry. When the sparks fell, they would quickly ignite and burn. Therefore, entering the center of the mystical martial alley would only delay him for a while. In the end, when everything was burning, he would have nowhere to hide and would be burned alive. The fire did not even need to spread to the center. The heat of the fire was enough to burn the moisture in his body and dry his mouth. He could not even breathe. In the end, he would either be burned to death or suffocated to death. This was not a viable option. Then, there was only one other option left, which was to rush out. Chunzong also knew that the enemy used fire to attack. They had predicted that he would rush out and had already set up an ambush outside. He was afraid that as soon as he showed his head, he would immediately be attacked by a large wave of arrows. Chunzong quickly took action. He could not sit still and wait for death. He put on the armor he had taken from one of the 20 dragon blood guards, who was about the same size as him, and armed himself to the teeth. Originally, Chunzong did not want to rush out so quickly. He wanted to use the advantage of the mystical martial alley to destroy the enemy one by one. Anyway, the dry food he had prepared was enough to last him for a few days. When the time came to break out, he would put on the armor. Otherwise, the armor was not light. If he kept wearing it, it would increase his energy consumption. Now, he had no choice but to wear it. The dragon blood armor protected his entire body. The crossbow in his left hand was also loaded with 4 arrows. The equipment of the dragon blood guards was much better than that of the other 5 guards. Chunzong hung the mind-clearing sword at his waist. He took a deep breath and immediately started running. This set of dragon blood armor weighed at least 15 kilograms. His body was only that of an ordinary person's, so he couldn't cultivate to the limits of the human body like other warriors. Fortunately, Chunzong's mastery of his own body and his brilliant use of power allowed this ordinary body to exert extraordinary strength. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to support such a heavy armor. The raging fire continued to spread from the outside. It was extremely crazy, like a fire demon that wanted to burn everything, destroy everything, and turn everything into ashes. Chunzong felt an astonishing wave of heat rush towards him, penetrating through the armor of the Dragon Blood Guard. In an instant, he felt as if he was being roasted. "I can't stay here for long." Without hesitation, Chunzong shielded his eyes and charged forward. The moment he entered the raging fire, Chunzong could feel the astonishing heat burning wildly, as if it wanted to burn him to ashes. Fortunately, the armor of the Dragon Blood Guard was extraordinary. Everything had been designed when it was being forged. It could resist the attack of water and fire to a certain extent. Of course, it was only a slight resistance. He had to leave as soon as possible. Charge! 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 Exploding with all his strength, Chunzong charged forward like a wild horse. Shoot! A roar rang out and entered Chunzong's ears. In the next moment, Chunzong heard a series of sharp sounds. Arrows covered the sky like flying locusts. They were extremely fast and densely packed. In an instant, there were more than 200 arrows. The power of these arrows was astonishing, and their penetrative power was terrifying. Some of them were burning with raging flames, making them even more threatening. Chunzong opened his eyes and saw countless arrows piercing through the air. They came from the front, the left, the right, the top, and the bottom, covering him completely. They were about to turn him into a beehive. Unsheathing the clear heart sword, Chunzong's footsteps did not slow down at all. He charged forward like a cheetah about to hunt its prey. The sword was sharp, and the sword light turned into a storm that swept in all directions. In an instant, the arrows were swept away and quickly moved to the side, displaying an astonishing sword technique. Martial Saint Shi Yang's pupils contracted rapidly. Even if he was facing more than 200 arrows at the same time, he would not be able to completely block them with his martial arts. But Qinzong had done it. He lived up to his name as the sword god. Martial Saint Shi Yang felt admiration from the bottom of his heart and was very happy. The fortune of a warrior. In this era where warriors were declining, it was the honor of a warrior to have such a powerful warrior who was said to be invincible in ancient legends. It was the warrior's last honor. Now he could only hope that he could kill his way out of the encirclement and leave this place. When that time came, he would be free to fly in the vast sky and fish in the wide sea. No matter how powerful the royal family was, as long as he did not face them head-on and had no worries, he would not be afraid at all. At most, he could hide in the forest and become a hunter, slowly hunting down a group of elite soldiers. After all, even the Golden Dragon Sword Saint had been killed. In terms of high-end martial arts, he was already invincible. To deal with such a person, the only way was to lure him into an open space and surround him with a large number of elite soldiers. Otherwise, they could use underhanded methods such as poisoning. In short, it was impossible to deal with such an invincible expert without paying a huge price. It might even cause unrest in the country. Just now, the royal family had already suffered great losses. 126 Davids and a Golden Dragon Sword Saint were losses that could not be said to be small. Furthermore, more than 200 Imperial Guards had been killed. Even if they killed Qinzong in the end, the royal family would not feel good. Perhaps the people who secretly wanted to restore the glory of warriors would take this opportunity to cause trouble. After resisting the first wave of arrows, the second wave of arrows came immediately. Moreover, the other Imperial Guards were also mobilized and quickly rushed over. Qinzong knew that time was of the essence and the situation was urgent. As he swung his sword to parry the arrows, he quickly rushed forward and closed in on the enemy. The sword shield soldiers immediately got into formation. The shields were in front, and between the gaps, there were long swords that flashed with cold light. The spearmen got into formation and immediately charged, their long spears stabbing at Qinzong. Qinzong leaped and dodged the spears. His entire body pounced forward as a sword light flashed across the sky like a crescent moon, instantly killing 5 spearmen. Both of his feet stepped on the shoulder of spearmen, and the tyrannical strength caused the spearmen to kneel on the ground. Qinzong borrowed the momentum to leap forward. His arms spread out, and his entire body flew forward like a goshawk. A sharp arrow pierced through the air. It was extremely fast. Obviously, it was shot by an expert. Qinzong did not have time to block it and was immediately hit. Fortunately, the Dragon Blood Armor's amazing defense was amazing. It blocked the sharp arrow, and Qinzong was unharmed. If not for the protection of the Dragon Blood Armor, this arrow would have caused fatal injuries to Qinzong. It was unknown whether he would be able to escape after this. He landed. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, he swung his sword horizontally and killed a group of Imperial Guards instantly. Kill, kill, kill. Kill until blood flowed like a river. Kill until corpses were everywhere. The sword shield soldiers squeezed in from all directions. They planned to use their shields to bombard Qinzong and trap him in a small area before assassinating him. However, Qinzong's reaction was extremely fast. His sword contained an extremely terrifying force. It was extremely sharp, and the hard shields were easily torn apart like thin pieces of paper. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. As if they were harvesting straw, wave after wave of Imperial Guards were killed and fell to the ground. Blood flowed all over the ground, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Together with the blazing flames, half of the sky was dyed red. The people in the distance were already stunned. They had never seen a battle like this. No, it It should be called a one-sided massacre. The killing did not stop, and no one could stop it. The members of the royal family were all pale. Looking at the person who was killing without stopping, they were panicking. Kill! Kill him quickly. The prince was shocked, angry, and uneasy. This kind of enemy was too terrifying. If he had known, he would not have asked for the order to encircle and kill him. Now, even if they could kill him in the end, they would suffer heavy losses. It would not be a credit. The imperial guards obeyed the order and continued to charge forward like moths to a flame. Shenzong did not intend to kill all these enemies because he did not have the ability. There were too many people, and his stamina was limited. If he had unlimited stamina, of course, it would not be a problem. After killing hundreds of imperial guards, Shenzong killed a bloody path and rushed toward the members of the royal family. This time, these people were the initiators of this. Stop! Don't come over! When the members of the royal family saw Shenzong approaching with killing intent, they were scared out of their wits. It was too terrifying. He was like a murderous demon. However, Shenzong was extremely fast. He did not stop at all. He was getting closer. He swung his sword. Suddenly, the members of the royal family were killed one by one. "My father will not let you go," the prince said in shock and anger. However, what he received in response was an extremely cold sword chi. The sword chi tore through the sky and cut through the prince's body through a dozen meters, cutting him in half. The sword chi under the half-step sword intent was several times more powerful. The corners of the eyes of Marshal Saint sunset, and the others twitched. He even killed the prince. This person's murderous nature was really strong. It was too terrifying. They were afraid that the country would be in turmoil. Shenzong did not care so much. If they wanted to kill him, they should be prepared to be killed by him. It was that simple. Moreover, Shenzong had already decided to leave this world. He had already gotten what he deserved. There was no benefit in staying. Then, before he left, he would leave a final shock to the people of this world. Shenzong looked at an extremely tall tower a few thousand meters away. He looked at the top of the tower. Go! 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 Shenzong rushed to the tower at lightning speed. Behind him, the imperial guards chased crazily. The arrows were like a swarm of flying locusts. When he reached the bottom of the tower, Shenzong rushed into the tower without hesitation. He removed the dragon blood armor. 15 kilograms was a little heavy after all. Once the dragon blood armor was removed, Shenzong's speed increased rapidly. He kept going up the stairs. The tower was 100 meters tall. It was the tallest building in Yunwu City. It was a martial tower left behind by the ancient warriors. It was a symbol of honor. However, it had become a building for people to visit. Soon, Shenzong rushed to the top of the tower. He stood at the sharp tip and looked down. People were like ants. Then, Shenzong looked up at the sky. What is he doing? Is he taking things too hard? Everyone was guessing. Marshal Saint Xiang could not guess Shenzong's purpose. Logically speaking, he should not have put himself in a desperate situation. That was a path to death. After all, the tower could be easily surrounded. If there was another fire attack, he would not be able to escape. He would definitely die if he fell from 100 meters. Let me give you the final shock, Shenzong said softly. His voice drifted with the wind. Then, he unsheathed the clear heart sword. It brought with it a dazzling light that was extremely dazzling. It streaked across the sky as if there was something there. Whoosh! Everyone could not help but widen their eyes. Their eyeballs bulged out. They were confused. Under that sword, a crack appeared in the sky as if it had been torn apart. It flashed with 7-colored light, like ripples in water. Suddenly, a wave of power spread out from the crack and landed on Shenzong's body. Shenzong did not resist at all and allowed the power to guide him. His entire body flew into the air and neared the 7-colored crack. Then, he disappeared into it as if he had been swallowed. The sword broke the void. It broke through the sky. Chapter 1396. It was as if he had just woken up from a dream. Shenzong stood under the dusky sky, motionless. His eyes were filled with confusion. He was back. Yes, he had returned to the Xianming microcosm, and the Xianming token was in his hand. However, everything that had happened in that microcosm had been converted into images, and they flowed through his mind like flowers on horseback. They were extremely clear. Every fragment of his experience and every emotion he felt was engraved in the deepest part of his heart and soul. It was like a brand that he would never forget. Although everything that had happened in that world had only been a few months, Chunzong felt that he had experienced a lot and settled down a lot. It was as if different memories were colliding and merging, causing Chunzong to be unable to react in time. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. As time passed slowly, Chunzong gradually regained consciousness. Everything that had happened in that world had turned into memories and was completely absorbed by Chunzong. They had become part of his life and were no longer separated from each other. It feels so good to have power. After he had completely regained consciousness, Chunzong clenched his right fist. Instantly, an extremely powerful force that seemed to be able to crush mountains exploded in his hand. It tore the air apart and caused an explosion. If he had such power in that world, he would not have to fear anything. He would be able to dominate everything. Of course, this was just Chunzong's random thought. Chunzong did not know whether that world was real or not. Perhaps it was, and perhaps it was not. It was just a world created by the illusion. However, some of his gains in that world were real. For example, the various comprehensions and accumulations of the enlightened sword theory. For example, half-step heart, sword Tao intent. Regardless of whether it was the great accumulation of the enlightened sword theory or the mastery of the half-step heart sword Tao intent, they had brought great benefits to Chunzong. The former increased his potential in the way of the sword and provided a great foundation for him to advance by leaps and bounds in the way of the sword in the future. The latter directly increased Chunzong's strength. This trip could be said to be a fruitful one. Of course, if it weren't for the Golden Dragon Sword Saint's pressure, Chunzong wouldn't have broken through so early and mastered the half-step sword intent. He planned to stay at the realm of clear sword principle for a while longer and continue to accumulate until he reached his limit. However, since he had already broken through, there was no need for regrets. With a thought, he immediately activated his half-step sword intent. This was an invisible force, a force that originated from one's spiritual will. Merely possessing spiritual will wasn't enough. It required sufficient understanding and mastery of the sword technique, and the Tao of the sword. Only in this way would one be able to combine it with spiritual will and derive sword Tao insight. Tao insight was the profundities and energy of the heavens and the earth. It had already surpassed the level of materialization of spiritual will to interfere with reality. Using one's spiritual will to interfere with reality was an ability that titled martial warriors in the previous world possessed. However, it was only when one reached the level of a martial saint that one could truly interfere with reality. Even though it was powerful, it was still inferior to Tao intent. Even if it was a half-step Tao intent, it was still more powerful because it was an improvement in the essence. When the half-step sword intent appeared, it turned into an invisible blade that pervaded his fingers. Chunzong gently stabbed it, as if he had pierced through space. With a light stroke, he seemed to have cut the void. This kind of blade was even more amazing than when he was in the previous world. After all, in the previous world, Chunzong's body was very ordinary in all aspects. However, when he returned to the original world, it was completely different. His basic strength was much, much stronger. Withdrawing the half-step sword intent, Chunzong smiled. Compared to before, his strength was at least twice as strong, or even more. If his cultivation broke through to the high level of the half-saint level, his strength would undoubtedly be further improved. He had spent several months in the previous world, but he was still in the Xianming small world. This showed that the flow of time in the two worlds was not equal. However, several months had passed in the previous world. How much time had passed in the Xianming small world? Chunzong didn't know because there was no comparison. The Xianming small world would be open for a month. Chunzong didn't know how much time was left. He could only hurry and try his best to find other opportunities to obtain. Although he had already gained a lot in the Xianming small world, it was naturally a good thing to obtain more opportunities. It would only benefit him and not harm him. He spread out his body and instantly turned into a light breeze. Like a cloud, he was light and swift and flew forward quickly. 108 people, each with a Xianming token, entered the black hole shadow one after another. Chunzong entered a world without extraordinary power. From there, he accumulated more experience in the way of the sword and comprehended the half-step sword intent. As for the others, they all had their own experiences. When Lin Chaochuan appeared in the Xianming small world, he seemed to be unable to react immediately. After a dozen breaths, he let out a long sigh. What a pity! I was so close to obtaining the highest inheritance. Lin Chaochuan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he clenched his fists unwillingly. The highest inheritance was comparable to the Xianming true skill. The Xianming ancestor became a strong person with a complete Xianming true skill. He established the Xianming Palace and made it the most powerful force in the Xianming territory. This had to do with one's ability and the hard work of others. However, it was also directly related to the Xianming true skill. If he could obtain the highest inheritance comparable to the Xianming true skill, he would definitely have great achievements in the future. Although he was a disciple of the Xianming Palace and could inherit the Xianming true skill, it wasn't the complete Xianming true skill. Only the palace master could inherit the complete Xianming true skill. However, although he did not obtain the highest level of inheritance, he did obtain a decent inheritance. It was second only to the highest level of inheritance. Compared to the incomplete Xianming true skill, it was not inferior at all. Moreover, it was obtained by him alone, so it belonged to him alone. It would become one of his trump cards. When I master this skill, the number 1 on the underworld board. Lin Chaochuan's eyes shone brightly. It was as though he could pierce through the heavens. He was filled with confidence from the bottom of his heart. Not everyone who entered would be able to gain anything. Some gained nothing, and some gained ordinary things. Opportunity. It wasn't something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. One must have the opportunity, fate, and sufficient ability. Ability didn't just refer to one's strength. It also included one's temperament and other aspects. Those who gained something were naturally happy. Those who didn't would inevitably feel depressed. As time passed, Chunzong didn't find any other opportunities. However, he wasn't discouraged. It would be great if he could find something. Even if he couldn't, he would still gain something. Senior brothers, Chunzong has gone too far. We can't let him go, Su Mulong said angrily. Of course, when I find him, I'll treat him well. Sheng Yuan's face was gloomy and his eyes shone with a cold light. He had challenged Chunzong and lost to Chunzong. He had become a laughingstock. This made Sheng Yuan furious and full of hatred. He continued to train bitterly and turned his hatred into motivation, allowing his strength to improve. He planned to ruthlessly take revenge on Chunzong and even kill him. Now that he had obtained some good opportunities in the Xianming small world, his strength had increased and he had become stronger. His desire for revenge had become stronger. Although I have no grudge against him, as a member of the Xianming Palace, I won't allow him to bully us. The other person said coldly. He was a disciple of the Xianming Palace, ranked 28th on the underworld board. He was Dai Donglin. After Su Mulong left the black hole, he happened to meet Sheng Yuan and Dai Donglin. He joined forces with them to take revenge on Chunzong and take back the Xianming fruit. Naturally, Su Mulong did not tell them the reason. He only said that Chunzong had taken away the opportunity that should have belonged to him. Su Mulong was Su Mubai's cousin. He was also a prodigy. His identity was enough for the other disciples of the Xianming Palace to treat him well. At the very least, they had to be polite on the surface. Otherwise, they might offend Su Mubai. Su Mubai's identity was very high. He was comparable to the elders in the Xianming Palace. The elders of the Xianming Palace were at least 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Moreover, Su Mubai had been designated as the next palace master of the Xianming Palace if there were no accidents. Therefore, the consequences of offending Su Mubai were severe. Since Su Mulong and Sheng Yuan were planning to take revenge on Chunzong, Sima Li from the Sima family naturally had the same plan. Therefore, Sima Li gathered Sima Ro and Sima Rue to find Chunzong and kill him. Unknowingly, Chunzong had been targeted. However, Chunzong did not know about it. His figure flashed past like the wind. Soon after, Chunzong saw 3 figures in front of him. The 3 of them also saw Chunzong and were overjoyed. "Chunzong, you're dead meat." Sima Li was stunned. He did not expect to encounter Chunzong as soon as the 3 of them gathered. He was overjoyed. His eyes shone with a cold light that penetrated thousands of meters as though he wanted to pierce through Chunzong's body. Chunzong was also stunned. However, he did not have any intention of running away. As his strength increased, his confidence increased. He could fight. It just so happened that he could also test the strength that he possessed at this moment. His eyes were as sharp as swords, piercing through the sky. Sima Li felt fear subconsciously. After mastering the half-step sword intent, Chunzong's eyes became sharper. Sima Li had been defeated by Chunzong before. Naturally, he would feel fear when facing Chunzong's sharp eyes. However, Sima Li reacted quickly. He immediately glared at Chunzong. His anger surged. "Chunzong, you won't be able to escape this time." Sima Li roared and quickly approached Chunzong with a movement technique. Sima Ro also used her movement technique and flew over. As for Sima Rue, he had his hands behind his back and was strolling leisurely. Among the 3 of them, Sima Rue was the strongest. He was ranked 37th on the dark list. Chunzong was sure that Sima Li and Sima Ro were no match for him. However, Sima Rue was not weak at all. He was ranked 37th on the dark list. Chunzong did not know if he could fight or even defeat Sima Rue with his current strength. However, Chunzong was confident that even if he was not a match for Sima Rue, he could still retreat calmly. Chapter 1397. The sky was dark and the wind was chilly. Sima Li and Sima Ro, the 2 heaven's prides, were fast approaching from the left and right. Their eyes were cold and cold light flickered. Sima Rue, on the other hand, was neither too fast nor too slow. He walked forward from the front. He seemed to be slow, but every step he took covered a distance of more than 10 meters. He looked calm, as if everything was under his control. The ranking on the Underworld board was based on strength. He was ranked 30th on the Underworld board, and his strength was naturally much stronger than Sima Li and Sima Ro. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they were not his match at all. Chunzong's ranking on the Underworld board was only slightly higher than Sima Li and Sima Ro. His strength must be limited, and it was unknown whether he could withstand the joint forces of Sima Li and Sima Ro. Even if he could barely withstand or even defeat the joint forces of Sima Li and Sima Ro, Sima Rue was still there. As long as Sima Rue made a move, victory was assured. It was this mentality of thinking that he had everything under control that made Sima Rue so calm and unruffled. Among the younger generation, he had always been known for being wise and far-sighted. He was very good at analyzing strength, and until now, he had never made a mistake in his analysis of strength. At most, there were some small deviations, which were within the normal range. Their murderous intents locked onto Chunzong and rapidly closed in on him. Sima Li and Sima Ro's eyes became increasingly cold and fierce. Immediately, their tyrannical half-saint powers surged like torrential waves, shaking endlessly like a flash flood. Sima Li's finger pierced through the air. Suddenly, the power of his finger was extremely sharp. It shot out like a sword chi piercing through the void, wanting to penetrate Chunzong's body. Sima Ro flicked her fingers, and her palms moved up and down. It looked extremely mysterious, gorgeous, and complicated, like 2 butterflies shuttling through hundreds of flowers. Not only was the speed amazing, but the trajectory was also extremely mysterious, making it difficult to capture. Between the slender and white hands of the butterfly-like butterflies, there was a trace of red light that spread to the fingertips, making this pair of white hands even more strange and sharp, as if they could tear everything apart. If one was hit, countless wounds would be cut on the body. The terrifying power would invade the body through the wounds and wreak havoc, causing great pain. Chunzong remained motionless, as if he couldn't react in time. Just as Sima Li and Sima Ro's attacks came from the left and right, Chunzong also moved. It was fine if he did not move, but once he moved, his power was like thunder and lightning. When the sword was unsheathed, its weight of 150,000 kilograms did not limit Chunzong's performance. On the contrary, it burst forth with an incomparably shocking power, like a golden thunderbolt that could destroy everything and instantly blast it out. Chunzong's experience in that world allowed him to accumulate more experience in the way of the sword. Although he did not display the half-step sword will, he could still use the methods of the titled martial artists in that world to manifest his spirit and will. Under the transformation, it was as if a real thunderbolt had broken through the air and blasted out. It was also as if the power of the thunderbolt was attached to the gilded heavy mountain sword, making it even more terrifying. Chunzong's soul was very strong, and his spirit were also very strong. The thunderbolt he summoned was also much more powerful and shocking. Sima Li and Sima Ro's expressions suddenly changed. They only felt that the golden thunderbolt seemed to be coming for them. The power and momentum it contained were extremely terrifying, as if it would shatter them in an instant. After entering the Xinming small world, Sima Li and Sima Ro naturally gained something. Their strength was also much stronger than before, but Chunzong's improvement was even greater. The increase in cultivation and so on allowed Chunzong's strength to improve by leaps and bounds. When the sword blasted out, it was extremely terrifying. Sima Rui's expression also changed. He immediately realized that his analysis of Chunzong's strength was somewhat wrong. It was on the low side, but it didn't matter. He had never seen Chunzong fight before. All his analysis was based on what he heard, so it was inevitable that there would be mistakes. But now that he had seen it with his own eyes, the strength of his opponent could not escape his sharp and wise eyes. Sima Rui also believed that with Sima Li and Sima Ro's strength combined, they would be able to contend against the opponent. Boom! A sword broke through the air and blasted out like a thunderbolt. It was abnormally terrifying. Sima Li and Sima Ro were not ordinary people. They did not hesitate to attack, but the power of their moves was immediately shattered by Chunzong's sword. Sima Li's body shook, and an extremely tyrannical qi burst out, roaring like a wild beast, directly rushing forward like a stampede of 10,000 beasts. This was not something that the Sima family had, but something that Sima Li had obtained not long ago by chance. With one move, Sima Li used all his strength to resist Chunzong's sword. Sima Li was extremely shocked. How could the power of Chunzong's sword be so strong? Before it was not so strong. This increase was too great. Sima Ro seized the opportunity, and her body was extremely agile. She was like a butterfly fluttering among hundreds of flowers. Following the gaps, she closed in on Chunzong at an astonishing speed. She waved her hands, and a red light lingered on her fingertips, tearing the air and tearing Chunzong's body apart. Suddenly, Chunzong felt his hair stand on end. But when the Gilded Mountain sword blasted out and collided with Sima Li's trump card, several forces continuously bombarded and pulled, as if they were trying their best to hold the sword back so that Sima Ro could kill. This time, how will you deal with it? Sima Rui's eyes sharpened, and a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. In his quick analysis, the probability of Chunzong avoiding Sima Ro's attack was less than 10%, unless Chunzong's fingers were like a sword, and an extremely terrifying power spread out from his fingertips. The power surged and condensed at his fingertips, overbearing and violent. It was as if countless thunderbolts were condensed in it, and it pierced forward like a sword of lightning piercing through the sky, piercing towards Sima Ro. The power contained in this finger immediately made Sima Ro's hair stand on end. It was as if she was stabbed, her body would immediately be destroyed. Without a choice, Sima Ro could only give up attacking Chunzong and change to dodging. She did not dare to take it head-on. Originally, the cultivation method and martial arts that she practiced were not suitable for head-on confrontation, but mainly for flexibility. Like a butterfly fluttering, she quickly dodged, but she did not expect that the finger would follow her like a shadow. Sima Rue frowned. He found that his analysis seemed to be wrong again. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. He had always liked to analyze everything, devise strategies, and then defeat his opponent. If he was not confident, he would not make a move. But this time, it was out of his expectations twice in a row. Sima Li swung away the sword and rushed forward like an angry beast. His arms swelled, and his 5 fingers turned into sharp claws. It was as if he could tear the sky and earth apart. It was extremely terrifying. Chunzong's hair stood on end, and he felt as if he was about to be torn apart. Even so, Chunzong still did not plan to use the half-step sword intent. That was his trump card, and other than himself, no one else knew about it. He would only use it when necessary as a killing move. Moreover, to deal with Sima Li and Sima Ro, it was not worthwhile to use the half-step sword intent. After all, Sima Rue, who was more powerful, was watching from the side. The gilded mountainous sword swept out with a terrifying force that could destroy everything in its path, as if it was capable of sweeping through an army. The sword wind was like a real storm, raging in all directions and sweeping through the sky and earth. Sima Li actually felt a sense of fear from the bottom of his heart. It was as if this sword was like a storm in nature, extremely terrifying. Sima Ro's figure kept changing. She appeared behind Chunzong, and her fingertips glowed with red light. But Chunzong seemed to have sensed it. His figure shook, and then he turned into 2 lifelike figures. He dodged Sima Ro's attack, and at the same time, he pierced the sky with his finger. This finger was like a volcanic eruption. Magma rolled, and the heat was boundless. It was even more terrifying than the thunder before. Due to Chunzong's understanding of the power of flames, his spiritual will was even more outstanding in transforming into flames. This point was originally difficult to manifest in the world of warriors because of the difference in their bodies. But now, it was his own body, and everything belonged to him. The difference was obvious. Fire, cloud, sword. These were the 3 extraordinary powers that he had mastered. If he could transform his spiritual will into the same power, it would be even more shocking. Sima Ro only felt that the finger attack was like a volcanic eruption. Magma spewed out, and the fire was monstrous. It was as if everything was burned to ashes. It was extremely terrifying. Her expression changed, and she was terrified. She quickly retreated. But Sima Rue could not understand the scene. Few people in this world could use the spiritual will that they had learned in the other world. When facing it for the first time, it was inevitable that they would feel panic. It was too real. It was like a real eruption of magma. Retreat, retreat, retreat. No matter if it was Sima Ro or Sima Li, under Chunzong's attack, they had to retreat. Otherwise, they would feel like they were facing a disaster. Brother Rue, please help. Sima Li could not help but shout. He had no choice. He had attacked with full confidence and joined forces with Sima Ro, intending to kill Chunzong. What he did not expect was that Chunzong's strength had increased beyond expectations. It was simply terrifying. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they were still no match for him and were forced to retreat. If they continued to fight, they would not be able to do anything to him. They would be defeated again. So, they could only ask for help from their brother. Sima Rue could not help but frown, but he did not hesitate. He took a step forward, and, as if he was gliding on the water, he moved hundreds of meters in an instant, directly approaching Chunzong. He was calm and unhurried, as if he was taking a stroll in the garden. However, there was an extremely terrifying aura surging out in an instant, directly locking onto Chunzong. In the next moment, he raised his left hand that was behind his back. His palm was aimed at Chunzong. His 5 fingers were slightly bent, and his arms seemed to be pushing forward slowly. However, it brought about a shocking explosion, as if the wind was howling nonstop. A terrifying force was gathering in the palm of his hand. It was like a whirlwind was spinning, turning into a storm vortex. Chunzong's expression was serious. Sima Rui's attack was indeed not to be underestimated. He was much stronger than Sima, Li, and Sima Ro. Boom! Chapter 1398. As the palm print fell, its power was extremely powerful and overbearing. It shot out from the palm, as if it was going to crush Chunzong. The pressure made Chunzong's expression turn solemn, and his eyes flickered. Sima Rui's palm contained a kind of power. To others, this kind of power might be inexplicable and indescribable. Even Sima Rui himself could not explain it. But Chunzong could feel that it was a kind of spiritual oppression, as if it was an illusion of his own spiritual will. It was similar and had the same effect. Was this an ability that Sima Rui had mastered, or could it be mastered by the higher-ranked geniuses? Chunzong did not know, and he did not have time to think about it now. Sima Rui's cultivation was at the peak of the advanced half-saint level, and his cultivation method was also very advanced. The half-saint power was extremely powerful and pure, and his attainments in martial arts were very high. What he brought was a super strong force. As soon as he attacked, Chunzong was sure that Sima Rui's strength was several times stronger than Sima Li and Sima Ro. Even if they joined forces, they would be easily defeated by Sima Rui. This was a strong enemy. He was only ranked 37th on the Netherworld list, but his strength was already so powerful. The sword was like a volcano that had been accumulating for thousands of years. It erupted in an instant, and its power was earth-shattering. But this sword was defeated by Sima Rui's palm print. The palm print seemed to have divided everything and blasted a kill. Sima Rui looked calm, but there was a touch of sharpness and confidence in the depths of his eyes. He was confident that this palm was enough to defeat all of Chunzong's power and suppress him. Sima Rui was very confident that his analysis would not be wrong this time, and he would not allow a third mistake. 100% power. One palm to suppress. Sima Li and Sima Ro retreated. The power contained in Sima Rui's palm also surprised them. Under this palm, Chunzong had nowhere to hide or resist. He could only be suppressed. Thinking of this, Sima Li's eyes flashed with excitement. A sudden change occurred. Chunzong's eyes emitted an incomparably sharp light. It was like a thunderbolt that tore through the sky, and also like an aurora that penetrated the heavens and the earth, causing Sima Rui's heart to suddenly tremble. Shortly after, Chunzong stabbed out with his sword, abruptly stabbing towards Sima Rui's palm. An extremely sharp suction force condensed on the sword. Half-step sword intent. Sima Rui's strength was very, very strong. After entering the Xianming small world, he also had the opportunity to improve his strength further. Chunzong's spiritual will alone was not enough to fight against him. Since that was the case, he could only use the incomplete sword intent. Once the half-step sword intent was unleashed, it was extremely sharp and terrifying. A sword pierced through the air. The sharpness of this sword seemed to be able to pierce through the sky and cut through everything. Sima Rui's expression changed greatly. From Chunzong's sword, he felt an indescribable sharpness that seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens and the earth. Nothing could resist it. In merely an instant, Sima Rui felt the power in his palm being pierced through. The sharpness of the sword was about to pierce through his palm. Furthermore, it was a great sword. Once it pierced through, it would not be as simple as piercing through. Instead, his entire palm would be shattered. Even his arm would be shattered into powder. Overlapping waves. With a low shout, Sima Rui did not stop. Instead, his arm shook as if it was undulating like waves. Layers of power surged and bombarded. He directly displayed a powerful, unique skill. Although he had used 100% of his strength in the previous palm, it was only 100% of his strength. What he displayed was just a normal martial arts technique. Now, he was using a unique skill. 3 layers of power. It was the 3 layers of waves. It was a very common name, but it had extraordinary power. The power bombarded out one layer after another, and each layer used up all of Sima Rui's strength. The first layer was smashed by Chunzong's sword. The second layer was also smashed, and the third layer blocked Chunzong's sword. The half-step sword essence was indeed very powerful, but unfortunately, Chunzong's application of it was very shallow. After all, he had just mastered it, and there was no time for Chunzong to settle down and develop more applications of the half-step sword essence. Blood-spurting sword. Suddenly, Chunzong displayed the first move of the blood-dripping swordsmanship. The blood-spurting sword had reached the basic realm, and its power was extraordinary. Now, Chunzong had integrated the half-step sword essence into it, and its power had increased exponentially. As soon as the sword came out, the blood light shot into the sky as if it was going to pierce through the heavens and the earth. In Sima Rui's eyes, there was only a sharp and condensed blood light shooting toward him. His hair stood on end. It seemed that this sword was enough to pierce through him. Retreat. Without hesitation, Sima Rui's body flashed, and he quickly retreated with great agility. He wanted to avoid Chunzong's sword. At this moment, Sima Rui could not be bothered to be angry because he had once again misjudged Chunzong's strength. He had hidden it too well. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The sharp blood light seemed to be spreading endlessly as it chased after him. Sima Ro and Sima Li were shocked, and they thought that they were hallucinating. The powerful Sima Rui was actually forced to retreat by his opponent. How could Chunzong's strength increase so quickly and terrifyingly? It did not make any sense. At the same time, another 3 figures appeared in the distance, and they were rapidly approaching. It's Chunzong. Sheng Yuan's eyes were sharp and cold, and he was filled with hatred. He gritted his teeth and spat out the 2 words. Very good. Su Mulong's eyes shone brightly. He only hoped that Chunzong had not consumed the mysterious underworld fruit. Even if he had, there would be at least 1 left. Junior brothers, feel free to attack. Dai Donglin smiled. The 28th place on the underworld ranking gave him great confidence. Perhaps he knew that he was no match for the top 20 geniuses, so he would be more restrained. However, it was nothing for a person who was ranked lower than him. Who's that? Su Mulong's eyes narrowed as he saw the person who was retreating under Chunzong's sword. Sima Rui. Dai Donglin raised his eyebrows as he recognized the person. Although Sima Rui's ranking was lower than his, he was still ranked in the 30s. His strength was not weak, but he was being chased by his opponent. Was he hiding his strength? No. Dai Donglin was still confident in his eyesight. He could see that Sima Rui was not hiding his strength, but had to retreat. The sharpness of Chunzong's sword was extremely shocking. He did not dare to take it head-on. To be able to force Sima Rui to retreat, Chunzong's strength was at least in the 30s or even in the top 30. He was a strong opponent. However, Dai Donglin had full confidence in his own strength. Although he was ranked 28th, that was only his previous ranking. The benefits of the trip to the mysterious Nether Small World were immense. The mysterious underworld belonged to the mysterious underworld palace, and he was a disciple of the mysterious underworld palace. He had a better understanding of the mysterious underworld small world than the other forces, so it was easier for him to obtain benefits and opportunities. Therefore, with his current strength, he was definitely above the 28th rank. Junior brothers, let me deal with this person, Dai Donglin said as he leaped up high. He spread his arms like an eagle flapping its wings, and immediately dove down from a height of 10 meters. He was like an arrow that was released from a bow. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he landed with an extremely sharp aura. He locked onto Chunzong, causing Chunzong to feel a chill down his spine. Sheng Yuan was unwilling to accept this. He felt that his strength had improved a lot, and he was strong enough to deal with Chunzong. However, when he saw Chunzong chasing after Sima Rui, he almost vomited blood. Although Sheng Yuan was confident that his strength had improved, he was still not confident that he could deal with an expert like Sima Rui. However, Chunzong could. The difference was obvious. Although Su Mulong was unhappy, he knew that Chunzong was very strong, and he was not a match for him. In that case, he would leave it to senior brother Dai Donglin. Fortunately, he met senior brother Dai Donglin this time. Otherwise, even if he and Sheng Yuan found Chunzong, they would not be a match for him. They might even have to run away in a panic like the last time. Now, he could only place his hopes on senior brother Dai Donglin. Chunzong felt a chill down his spine when he was locked onto by Dai Donglin's aura. It was the aura of the Xianming true skill. It was so cold that it seemed to freeze everything. At a glance, one could see that the sky was filled with black, as if a black wave was sweeping over, emitting a monstrous chill. Immediately, Dai Donglin threw out a palm. The black wave behind him suddenly condensed into a pitch-black palm print, as if it was condensed by black water and struck down from the sky. The palm print was huge, with a radius of dozens of meters. The terrifying pressure directly bombarded Chunzong's body, and the terrifying chill continuously seeped into Chunzong's body, freezing his strength and blood. The palm print was so powerful that it covered the sky and covered the earth. The pressure made Chunzong gasp for breath. Chunzong had no choice but to give up chasing after Sima Rue. Sima Rue was also able to breathe, but he was furious. Blood splattered with his sword strike. Chunzong pushed the half-step sword intent to the extreme. The sword broke through the sky, and the blood light pierced through the sky. Kill! The sword strike was immediately defeated by the black palm print, and the black palm print was also penetrated at the same time and gradually dispersed. One strike. It seemed that they were evenly matched, but Chunzong knew that he was actually at a disadvantage. After all, the sword strike was his strongest strike, and he did not know if the palm print was his opponent's strongest strike. I'll suppress you with this strike. Dai Donglin was a little surprised that his opponent could block his strike. It was indeed extraordinary, but so what? It was just an ordinary palm print. Now it was his real strength. Xuanming's giant palm print. It was a famous secret skill of the Xianming Palace. Dai Donglin had cultivated it to a high level, and its power was shocking. Boom! The black wave swept through the world as if it wanted to devour everything. Astonishing auras surged from all directions and condensed in an instant, forming an extremely terrifying palm print. The palm print did not look as big as before, only about 10 meters in size. However, the pressure that emanated from it was twice as strong as before. Twice as strong. Its power was even more terrifying, as if it could sink the earth with one strike. The shocking pressure made Chunzong's hair stand on end. Even with his strong physique, he could feel the pressure. Burst! Celestial crystal battle body. In an instant, Chunzong's strength increased a few times, and he struck again with his sword. Blood splattered from the sword strike. The blood light pierced through the sky, and it was shocking without hesitation. It was just a breakthrough. This was faith, unparalleled, incomparably firm. Chapter 1399. Chunzong's qi and blood churned endlessly as his muscles and bones trembled incessantly. A wave of frightening chilliness gushed into his body like a torrent, intending to wantonly destroy his body. However, Dai Donglin's expression was grave. There was a spot on his palm that had been pierced by Chunzong's sword. Although Chunzong's strength was not as strong as his sword technique was terrifying and powerful. If he was not careful, he might be defeated by Chunzong. A strong opponent, Dai Donglin valued Chunzong more and more, and his attacks became more and more ruthless. Black finger forces broke through the air, one after another, like highly compressed black cold water, piercing through the sky and shooting toward Chunzong. Each of them was extremely powerful. Chunzong dodged, waved his sword, and kept retreating. Sima Rue's strength was good, but he was no match for Chunzong when he used the half-step sword intent. However, Dai Donglin's strength was much stronger than Sima Rue's. Even if he used the half-step sword intent and secret techniques, Chenzong was no match for Dai Donglin. In that case, Chenzong immediately retreated. He could not defeat Dai Donglin alone, let alone the others. If they joined forces, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Even if he borrowed the power of Azura's doppelganger, he could not defeat them. Escape first. Unless it was a last resort, there was no need to fight them to the death. Trying to escape? Dai Donglin smiled coldly. He unleashed his movement technique, like a great rock spreading its wings. His speed was astonishing, even faster than Chenzong's. Speed was Dai Donglin's advantage. Close. Chenzong flicked his 10 fingers. Streams of pitch-black finger force shot towards Chenzong. Chenzong pushed his movement technique to the extreme and dodged the attacks. He turned around and slashed out with his sword. Sword chi turned into a storm and blasted out. The others also used their body movement to chase after Chenzong. For Sheng Yuan, it was necessary to teach Chenzong a lesson. As for whether he would kill Chenzong or not, it would depend on the situation. For Su Mulong, the first thing to do was to get back the mysterious Ming fruit, preferably 2. Then, he would think about how to deal with Chenzong. Sima Li hesitated for a moment, then used his body movement to chase after Chenzong. Since he couldn't get away, Chenzong was ready to use his trump card. The power of Azura's avatar surged out in an instant. The tyrannical, saint ferocious energy surged into his body, and an icy cold aura spread out, freezing everything in all directions. Immediately, Chenzong struck backward with his sword. The murderous aura was like a dragon. The extremely tyrannical, baleful aura instantly transformed into an evil dragon that roared in the sky. With an extremely terrifying power, it instantly blasted towards Dai Donglin. Dai Donglin was shocked. The power contained in that sword shocked him. It was very strong. Dai Donglin threw out a palm attack with all of his power. That black palm print was like a mountain pressing down on Yichun like a mountain. In an instant, the evil dragon and the black mountain both paused and shattered. An extremely terrifying aura rushed out in all directions, as if it was going to explode everything. Chenzong took the opportunity to flee. Dai Donglin paused for a moment and then chased after him again. He couldn't rely on the power of Azura's avatar for a long time. Dai Donglin was very strong, and Chenzong wasn't confident that he could defeat him in a short time. Moreover, there were other people who weren't weak either. If they joined in, he wouldn't be able to withstand them. Chenzong's body was filled with holy saint ferocious energy. His body movement was so fast that he quickly left Dai Donglin behind. Dai Donglin chased after him and could only watch as Chenzong's figure went further and further away until it disappeared from his sight. He gave up, or rather, he gave up chasing for the time being. In fact, if he continued to chase after him, he would definitely be able to catch up. Chenzong was bearing the holy saint ferocious energy. As time passed, the burden would become heavier and heavier. In the end, he couldn't bear it anymore. When Chenzong realized that no one was chasing after him, he immediately let the holy saint ferocious energy return to Azura's avatar. He felt excruciating pain all over his body, as if he was being cut by a sharp sword. He circulated his cultivation method, and gradually, the excruciating pain was alleviated and he completely recovered. I wonder how long it will take for the mysterious nether small world to close. Chenzong thought to himself. Time was tight, but Chenzong wasn't in a hurry to find the so-called opportunity. Instead, he planned to comprehend the application of the half-step sword intent. To put it simply, he had just grasped the half-step sword intent. When he displayed it, his strength had indeed increased a lot. However, it wasn't enough. In terms of application, it was still very rough. It could be said that his potential of the half-step sword intent was still very shallow. He had only grasped 20% of it. At the very least, he had to continue to improve until he grasped 100% of it and fully display its power. Chenzong even had an idea. He wanted to create his own unique killing move. If he created it based on the half-step sword intent, it would only be more compatible and powerful. Special characteristics. Everything had its own special characteristics. It was a special essence that was different from other things. Only by unearthing its unique essence could one display its power to the extreme and display a power that was different from other things. The most important thing now was to fully grasp the half-step sword intent and fully utilize it. At least, he could integrate it into other sword skills and sword moves to make them more powerful. Comprehension. In the battle just now, he had gained the upper hand at first, but then fell into a disadvantage. He had displayed the half-step sword intent many times and had gained a lot. Chunzong suddenly jumped up from sitting cross-legged. His eyes shot out a sharp light like a sword, as if it was piercing through the sky. It was so sharp that it could pierce through anything. His right arm shook, and the gilded mountain sword was instantly unsheathed. The heavy sword was as light as a feather. It instantly pierced through the sky. The golden light pierced through everything with an unparalleled sharpness, tearing the sky apart. The sword returned to the sheath, and the golden sword mark slowly disappeared. 30%. Chunzong murmured. Before, he had only grasped less than 20% of the half-step sword intent's potential. After a short period of comprehension, he had grasped 30% of the half-step sword intent's potential. The power of his sword had increased by more than 20%. The improvement made Chunzong see hope. He continued to comprehend. Time passed slowly. Chunzong stood where he was, pondering silently for a while, and then pulling out his sword to attack. He was combining thinking and practicing, stillness and movement. One sword strike after another. Chunzong was searching for the feeling and inspiration. If the half-step sword intent's potential was divided into 100%, it would be easy to grasp it at the beginning, but it would be more difficult as time went on. As soon as Chunzong grasped the half-step sword intent, he was able to grasp almost 40% of the half-step sword intent's potential, which was also based on the solid accumulation of the sword art. After a short period of comprehension, he was able to grasp 50% of the half-step sword intent's potential. Ming Jianli's accumulation in this realm was gradually showing its benefits. He waved his sword again, and the golden light turned into a straight line, shooting out 70 meters away. The golden sword mark also stayed in the air for about a second before disappearing. 40%. Chunzong murmured. The power of his sword had increased. Waving the sword, waving the sword, waving the sword. Chunzong waved his sword again and again, and the sword light pierced the sky one after another. He concentrated his mind, spirit, soul, and will, and countless inspirations emerged, lingering in his mind and heart. After waving his sword several times, Chunzong suddenly understood something, and his eyes became brighter as if they could pierce the sky. He waved his sword again. The golden light was extremely dazzling, and then condensed into one in an instant. It was extremely dazzling, like a golden aurora shooting out. It instantly pierced through the sky for 100 meters before disappearing. The golden sword light stayed for more than a second before disappearing. 50%. The half-step sword intent's potential had reached 50%. It's not that easy to grasp 60% of the potential, Chunzong murmured. That was his feeling. He was able to grasp 50% of the potential in such a short time because of his solid foundation in the realm of Ming Jianli and his solid accumulation in the sword art. That solid foundation was a great help in grasping the half-step sword intent. However, it would be harder to grasp it in the future, and it would take more time and energy. Chunzong didn't know when the Xianming small world would close, but he guessed that it would be less than 10 days, or even less than 5 days. After all, half a month had passed before entering the black hole, and now it took him several days to tap the potential of the half-step sword intent. The blood drop swordsmanship performed with 50% of the half-step sword intent is more than twice as powerful as before. It's enough to defeat Dai Donglin, Chunzong thought to himself. Of course, even if Dai Donglin had hidden his strength, Chunzong was confident that he wouldn't be inferior to him. So, he would look for opportunities again. To get the opportunities in the Xianming small world, one had to pay a price. Some were tests, and some were guardian beasts. For example, the Xianming fruit of the Xianming tree was guarded by the Xianming flood snake. Shenzong didn't find any opportunities, but he met Wufeng. Edgeless was currently locked in a fierce battle with someone. That person had an ordinary face, and it was hard to distinguish him in a crowd. There was nothing special about him, but his attacks were very sharp, especially with the short blade in his hand. It was very tricky and strange, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. His movement technique was even more erratic, and his figure was like a ghost, making it difficult for others to grasp. Wisps of cold aura spread out in the surroundings, and the temperature of the air dropped a lot for no reason. Black Demon. Shenzong took a look and guessed. He took another look and confirmed that the other was a Black Demon assassin. In addition to him, Wufeng was also attacked by a Black Demon assassin. It seemed that there was more than one Black Demon assassin here. With the edgeless saber in hand, the edge of the saber was incomparably sharp. Not only was the speed of each slash extremely fast, it was like a bolt of lightning cleaving through the air, but its power was also extremely shocking. It could be said that the edgeless saber was extremely sharp and pursued extreme lethality. It was extremely terrifying. In terms of attack, Wufeng was very good, better than the Black Demon assassin. Moreover, Wufeng's strength was much stronger than before. In other aspects, however, Wufeng was more ordinary. Facing the Black Demon assassin, who was like a ghost, it was difficult to hit him. His extreme attack power couldn't be unleashed. Shenzong didn't approach immediately, but watched. If Wufeng could handle it himself, there was no need for him to do anything. After all, this kind of battle was also a kind of training. Of course, if Wufeng couldn't handle it, Shenzong wouldn't just stand by and watch. He would definitely save Wufeng, whether it was because he was Venerable Lord Saber's disciple, a good opponent, or because he was a Black Demon assassin. Chapter 1400. The Black Demon Killer's movements were ghostly and unpredictable. He constantly appeared around Wufeng and attacked him. Shenzong could see that the Black Demon Killer was exhausting Wufeng's strength. He was waiting for the best opportunity to kill Wufeng with a fatal blow. Although Wufeng's saber techniques were exquisite, he pursued the ultimate offensive power and lethality. He was mediocre in other aspects. Pursuing the ultimate attack had its advantages and disadvantages, and that was its terrifying power. If one was struck by it, even those who were stronger than him would not be able to withstand it. However, if he could not hit his target, he would easily fall into an awkward situation. Just like now, the Black Demon Killer's movements were too strange and unpredictable. He could almost restrain Wufeng. "Wufeng, let me help you." Shenzong's voice traveled through the void and into Wufeng's ears. Wufeng recognized Shenzong's voice and did not refuse. In fact, this opponent was too difficult to deal with. He was targeting his weakness. Wufeng knew that he would have to strengthen himself in all aspects in the future. However, he would not change the path he had set for himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Shenzong quickly approached him. He unsheathed the gilded mountainous sword and slashed out. The sword was as fast as lightning. It tore through the sky with a terrifying power that could shatter everything. It seemed to destroy everything in its path. The Black Demon Killer was shocked. The sword had locked onto him, and he felt like he had nowhere to run. He exerted his movements to the extreme and became even more elusive. He turned into a black shadow. Wisps of black mist filled the surroundings, making his figure even more erratic. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. However, all of this was useless in front of Shenzong. Kill. This sword was extremely terrifying. Although he did not use the incomplete sword intent, he used his spiritual willpower to transform it. The thunderous sword slashed through the sky. The Black Demon Killer's hair stood on end. There was no way to dodge. There was nowhere to hide. Without hesitation, the Black Demon Killer did not linger and immediately retreated. Only by surviving could he find a chance to kill more prodigies on the Netherworld roll. Run. However, he couldn't escape. Wufeng grasped this opportunity. His eyes shone with a terrifying cold light, shooting through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Afterwards, he swung his blade horizontally. A shocking force turned into a cold light that collided with the blade. It was like an endless wave as the edge of the blade condensed to the limit. Kill! The saber slashed through the air. It seemed casual, but there was an indescribable sharpness that tore through the air. It was like a breeze, but it also made Chunzong, who was far away, feel his hair stand on end. It was as if this strike was enough to kill him. The blade light was light and fine, like a breeze blowing past. The dark green grass on the ground suddenly paused, as if it had been cut by an invisible sharp blade, and a layer of it was directly cut off. Strong wind, strong grass, and the blade pierced through the air. The Black Fiend assassin's body trembled unconsciously. A trace of coldness came from the depths of his bones and seemed to emerge from the deepest part of his soul. There was no way to dodge this attack. Erupting with all his strength, the Black Fiend assassin made a prompt decision. Instead of retreating, he charged it edgeless. Even if he was going to die, he would drag someone down with him. It was very ruthless and decisive. However, Wufeng's strike was a masterpiece. It was a killing move, a unique skill. It was very terrifying. His expression was indifferent. The sharp blade of his saber struck out without hesitation. A sword to end the sky. This was the invincible saber momentum. Chunzong could see that Wufeng's invincible saber momentum had obviously improved compared to before. It was a terrifying strike. It pursued lethality to the extreme. There was no hesitation or hesitation. Kill. Just kill. Just kill. After the strike, the Black Fiend assassin's body suddenly paused. All the black smoke dissipated, and a body fell to the ground. It was split into two, and blood flowed everywhere. Wufeng quickly turned around and looked at Chunzong. His eyes were incomparably sharp, and sharp light shot out from them like blades. It was as if he wanted to pierce through Chunzong. His long blade hummed, as if it was about to reveal a shocking sharpness. Stimulated by Wufeng's saber chi, Chunzong's sword chi also gathered in an instant. The wind stopped blowing. The saber and sword chi collided, cut, and minced all the surrounding grass into powder. Then, the saber returned to its scabbard, and the saber chi was restrained. "Thank you for this," Wufeng said to Chunzong. He turned around and used his body movement. Like an invincible saber, he rushed forward. His astonishing aura immediately left a mark on the ground. A sharp voice sounded, "Let's fight again another day." "Okay." Chunzong's voice was neither loud nor soft, but Wufeng could hear it. The invincible saber momentum made Chunzong's hair stand on end. It was very murderous and much more aggressive than before. The previous invincible saber momentum could be compared to a treasured saber that had not been sharpened. Now, the invincible saber momentum was a treasured saber that had already been sharpened. Seeing Wufeng's invincible saber momentum, Chunzong understood a little, but only a little. If he fought with Wufeng, perhaps he could learn more from it. However, Wufeng obviously did not want to fight with him now. Then, let's postpone the fight. The Xinming small world was vast. 108 people entered and looked for opportunities everywhere. Some of them would not even meet. Chunzong did not know if he was lucky or unlucky to meet Dai Donglin. However, this time, Dai Donglin was alone. He did not travel with Sheng Yuan and Su Mulong. Dai Donglin was much stronger than Sheng Yuan and Su Mulong. He also needed to look for opportunities. It was impossible for him to travel with them all the time. Seeing Chunzong, Dai Donglin was slightly stunned. It was a little unexpected. Then, a sharp killing intent flashed in his eyes. Dai Donglin could understand why Sheng Yuan wanted to deal with Chunzong. However, Su Mulong wanted to deal with Chunzong. He said that Chunzong had stolen his opportunity. However, Su Mulong did not say what the opportunity was. Dai Donglin did not ask because he was helping Su Mulong. Now, he was not helping Su Mulong. Instead, he was going to take everything from Chunzong. Chunzong's strength had increased rapidly. There must be a big secret behind it. If he could get his hands on it, it might be another opportunity. A trace of killing intent grew in Dai Dongling's heart. Dai Dongling's speed exploded, and he flew over like a great rock. Black waves surged behind him, turning into a pitch-black curtain that covered the sky and the sun. He was going all out. This time, Dai Donglin would not let Chunzong escape. It had only been a few days. Dai Donglin did not think that Chunzong's strength could increase by leaps and bounds to the point where he could surpass him. Although Chunzong's strength was strong a few days ago, he could tell that it was only temporary. It was a trump card or something similar to a secret technique. He also had a secret technique to increase his strength. However, he had not used it yet. This time, Chunzong could not escape. However, Chunzong did not have the slightest intention to escape. Seeing Dai Donglin unleashing his full strength like a rock spreading its wings and descending with a dark shadow, Chunzong gathered his essence, qi, and spirit in an instant. Dai Dongling's strength was very strong. Ordinary means were no match for him. Therefore, he directly unleashed his full strength. He unleashed half of the power of the half-step sword essence. The Gilded Mountain sword was unsheathed instantly. The half-step sword essence of the half-step sword essence blasted out in an instant. The golden light was extremely dazzling. It tore the sky apart in an instant. It pierced through the darkness as if it could kill everything. The sharpness of the sword made Dai Dongling's expression change drastically. It was as if Chunzong's figure had disappeared in front of him. There was only a golden sword edge that pierced through the sky. It was extremely fast and pierced through the sun and the moon. The extreme sharpness made Dai Dongling's hair stand on end. It was as if his body would be pierced through from head to toe in an instant. Giant dark hand print. As soon as he attacked, he unleashed his full strength. The 10-meter-long black hand print was like a black mountain that had been condensed to the extreme. It was extremely powerful and heavy. It emitted an endless chill. The surrounding temperature dropped as if frost was spreading. Boom! The hand print struck down as if it was going to sink the earth. If it were a few days ago, this handprint would have been enough to suppress Chunzong unless he borrowed the power of Azura's doppelganger. But now, the power of the half-step sword essence was much more terrifying. It was more than twice as powerful. As the sword struck out, the sword light was shattered. The handprint also paused and dispersed. Blood spurted out from the sword. The blood light spread out, and its power was much more powerful. Dai Dongling's expression changed dramatically. He was shocked. He had never expected that Chunzong's strength would increase so much in just a few days. It was more than twice as powerful. It was too terrifying. This sword strike had already exceeded the limits of what he could withstand under normal circumstances. Secret method. Burst. In an instant, the black waves behind him gathered from all directions as if they were compressed into his body. Suddenly, a black figure was attached to Dai Dongling's body, like a layer of human-shaped armor. A strong aura spread out. Giant dark hand print. Dai Donglin condensed the handprint again and struck down instantly. It was also a 10-meter-long black mountain print, but the aura it emitted was much stronger and more powerful. The handprint struck down and collided with Chunzong's sword. In an instant, the mountain print was pierced through by Chunzong's sword. But at the same time, the blood sword light also paused and shattered in an instant. They were evenly matched. Was it true? No. Celestial crystal body. Chunzong immediately performed the secret method, and his strength was enhanced. Blood spurted out from the sword. It was rare for a half-step saint to cultivate the upper sacred class martial technique to the basic realm. Its power was amazing. With the help of the secret method of celestial crystal body and half-step sword essence, its power was even more terrifying. Giant dark handprint. Dai Donglin attacked again, and this was his strongest move. The mountain print was condensed and struck down again. It was so terrifying that it seemed to collapse the earth and shatter everything. But under Chunzong's blood sword light, it was immediately pierced and shattered. The blood sword light dissipated more than half, but there was still some power left, and it pierced towards Dai Donglin. Dai Donglin's face was very serious. He pointed his index finger, and a pitch-black finger strength shot out. It was condensed with high-intensity Xianming true force. It hit the blood sword light and shattered it instantly. Shenzong did not hesitate to strike again with his sword. Dai Donglin's face suddenly changed. He immediately performed his body movement to dodge quickly. He did not dare to meet Shenzong head-on again. "Stop!" Dai Donglin shouted as he dodged. Shenzong ignored him. He stepped out, and his body turned into three in an instant. It was difficult to distinguish the real one from the fake, and they approached Dai Donglin from three directions. Blood spurted out from the sword. Chapter 14:01. Dai Donglin covered the wound on his shoulder with his hand and ran for his life. Shenzong's speed of improvement was too terrifying. A few days ago, Shenzong was suppressed by him, but a few days later, he completely surpassed him. Moreover, that kind of power seemed to be extraordinary. Half-step Dao intent. Half-step sword intent. An ordinary half-saint wouldn't know, but Dai Donglin knew a lot about it and had personally experienced it. That was half-step sword intent. Even the top 10 peerless geniuses didn't necessarily master half-step Dao intent. No wonder his strength improved so much. No, in the last battle, Shenzong had already displayed half-step sword intent. However, compared to now, there was a big difference. Dai Donglin had used all his strength to launch that sword attack just now. That was why he hadn't been pierced through, but his shoulder had been cut open. If it had been pierced through, according to the thickness of the sword, it would have been enough to shatter his shoulder. An extremely terrifying and sharp force was entrenched in it, like a maggot in a tarsal bone. It was extremely sharp, like an invisible sword chi. It was extremely terrifying and painful. Dai Donglin's speed was very fast, and he didn't care about the consumption of his strength, because he could feel that Shenzong really wanted to kill him. Although he was angry, the most important thing now was to escape. Shenzong chased him closely. Dai Donglin didn't show any mercy before because he wanted to kill Shenzong. However, he couldn't beat Shenzong now, so he turned around and ran. Running away wasn't shameful. It was a very normal thing to do. In a situation where he couldn't beat his opponent and could escape, he didn't run. Instead, he risked his life. Of course, if he couldn't escape, he could only fight to the death. Seeing Dai Donglin's figure getting farther and farther away, Shenzong frowned slightly. In terms of speed, he was indeed faster than ordinary cultivators, but it was still not enough. He only had the 1,000 shadows, 1,000 illusions, and illusory net 9 changes. Neither of them were suitable for long-distance attacks, but were suitable for battle. From the looks of it, it was necessary for him to find a movement technique that focused on speed and long-distance attacks to cultivate. Holy Fiend Force. In that instant, Shenzong borrowed the power of the Azure Doppelganger. The pure and tyrannical energy gave him even greater speed. With the tyrannical, holy fiendish chi pouring into his body, he rushed forward like a gust of wind, quickly approaching Dai Donglin. He swung his sword. The murderous aura was like a dragon. The evil dragon roared in the sky, causing Dai Donglin's expression to change greatly. He quickly dodged with all his might. As he dodged, the baleful flood dragon blasted open a gorge in the ground. The terrifying shock wave slowed down Dai Donglin's speed to a certain extent. In that instant, Shenzong swung his sword a second time. That sword contained a shocking amount of Saint Ferocious force, which transformed into a bolt of lightning. Its speed was shocking, and its destructive power was terrifying beyond compare. Murderous chi thunder. It was even more powerful than the first sword attack. With the support of the 50% half-step sword intent, its power was terrifying to the extreme. Compared to the blood-splashing sword, it was much faster and more powerful. "You can't kill me," Dai Donglin quickly shouted, but his voice was penetrated by the sword light. His heart was also pierced in an instant, and all his defenses were ineffective. A shocking amount of murderous chi poured into his body in an instant, wantonly destroying and crushing his heart. You? Dai Donglin pointed at Chinzong in disbelief and horror. He clutched his chest with one hand, but blood could not stop gushing out. His eyes gradually lost their light as he fell backward. The dignified genius ranked 28th had a bright future and amazing potential. Now he had died here. It was a great irony. However, if he did not provoke Chinzong and did not kill Chinzong, he would not have died. Most of the time, one's life or death was self-inflicted, regardless of whether one was a genius or not. As long as one had not truly grown up and possessed peerless strength, one would have to think about everything and deal with all dangers. Even after one had grown up, even a great Saint Stage powerhouse was not truly invincible. The founder of the Heart Sword Scripture, the Heart Sword Saint, had died. As for how he died, it was still unclear at the moment. He would only know everything after his cultivation base reached the Saint realm. There was no doubt that the Heart Sword Saint was an ultimate Great Saint Stage powerhouse. Of course, Chinzong was not sure if there were different levels among the ultimate Great Saint Stage powerhouses. However, since the Heart Sword Saint was an ultimate Great Saint Stage powerhouse, his strength must be very strong. Since he had died, it meant that there might be someone stronger than an ultimate Great Saint Stage powerhouse in this world. Or perhaps there was danger. This gave Chinzong a warning. There was no such thing as absolute invincibility. Everything was relative. Chinzong moved quickly. He searched Dai Donglin's storage ring and took away the useful items. However, Chinzong did not touch some of the items that he felt were more sensitive or could represent his identity. In comparison, Dai Donglin was a disciple of the Dark Nether Palace, and this was the Dark Nether Small World that the Dark Nether Palace had always been in charge of. If the mysterious Nether Palace found out that he had killed a Sky Pride of the mysterious Nether Palace in the mysterious Nether Small World, there would be no mercy. He activated the mysterious ancient fire refining technique, and the purple cloud black star flame shot out. It landed on Dai Donglin's corpse and burned it rapidly. Although the current purple cloud black star flame could not keep up with his strength and could not increase his strength, its temperature was still very high. It was quite good to use it to destroy the corpse. Seeing Dai Donglin's corpse turn into ashes under the high temperature of the purple cloud black star flame, Chinzong heaved a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, the layer of black ashes scattered and drifted with the wind to an unknown place. Not even his bones were left. It must be said that it was very sad. He was a genius when he was alive, and his talent was superb. Who knew how many people were envious of him? Now, not only did he die here, his bright future was gone, and not even his corpse was left. In fact, Chinzong was not willing to do this if he had a choice. However, in order to survive, he had to do this. Only then would he be able to avoid being discovered by the mysterious Nether Palace. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing for him. As Chinzong flew away, he checked the things he had obtained from Dai Donglin's storage ring. Elixirs were indispensable, but they were mainly used to restore strength and heal injuries. In addition, there were some personal collections that were worth a lot. There were also some human restoration elixirs and earth restoration elixirs that could increase Chinzong's wealth. Immediately, Chinzong found 3 mutant fruits. They were the same mutant fruits that he had consumed previously to increase his cultivation. Not bad. Chinzong was overjoyed. He immediately found a place to consume and refine the 3 mutant fruits. The majestic energy contained in the 3 mutant fruits was instantly released. It was extremely pure and surged through every part of Chinzong's body. It was extremely powerful. Chinzong activated the Taiyuan Cloud scraping skill and quickly refined and absorbed the energy of the mutant fruits. He converted it into half-saint energy, causing his half-saint energy to continuously increase and his cultivation to increase steadily. Chinzong was confident that with these 3 mutant fruits, his cultivation would be able to achieve a breakthrough and reach the high level of half-saint. As long as his cultivation reached the high level of half-saint, his half-saint energy would be purer and more powerful. His strength would also be enhanced as a result. Breakthrough. The half-saint energy was like a surging tide that swept through everything. It was becoming more and more powerful. Immediately, he broke through the shackles. Chunzong immediately felt that the half-saint energy was changing. It was becoming more vigorous and pure, strong. After the breakthrough, Chunzong did not stop immediately. Instead, he continued to activate the cultivation method to consolidate his cultivation. A powerful aura pervaded his body, suppressing everything. It was as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. After a while, Chunzong stopped activating the cultivation method. His powerful aura was also restrained. His cultivation had broken through to the high level of half-saint. Immediately, Chunzong's expression changed. He did not get up. Instead, he continued to sit and meditate. Soon, a trace of lightning jumped around Chunzong's body. It was very subtle. As time passed, it gradually grew stronger. It was the extraordinary power, the power of thunder and lightning. The power of thunder and lightning belonged to the same level as the power of flame. Chunzong guessed that the reason why he could comprehend and master the power of thunder and lightning was most likely related to the fact that he had been using his spiritual will to transform the power of thunder and lightning recently. Meditate, 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 and continuously improve. Chunzong's accumulation was very vigorous. At this moment, these accumulations were released, causing Chunzong's extraordinary power, the power of thunder and lightning, to rapidly improve. Grade 1, Grade 2, Grade 3. Grade after grade was upgraded at an astonishing speed. After a while, it was upgraded to Grade 9. It was on par with the power of flame and the power of white clouds. As for the Heart Sword Force, it had transformed into the half-step Heart Sword down meaning at this moment. It was of a higher level and was much more powerful. If he could upgrade the power of flame, the power of white clouds, and the power of thunder and lightning to the half-step down meaning, their power would increase explosively and become even more powerful. Otherwise, just at the Grade 9 level, it would be like the purplish cloud black star flame. The increase in his current strength would be limited, but it was better than nothing. Of course, the Grade 9 extraordinary power was still very useful for ordinary half-step saints. However, for a prodigy like Chunzong, his extraordinary power alone was limited no matter what grade it was, unless he combined several extraordinary powers. Now, Chunzong had mastered 3 extraordinary powers. When combined, it was just like before. He did not expect that the 3 mutant fruits he obtained from Dai Donglin would not only allow his cultivation to break through to the advanced half-step saint realm, but his strength had also improved significantly. Moreover, he could comprehend and master the power of thunder and lightning. Although the power of thunder and lightning was of no help to him now, it was a kind of potential. It meant that he had a chance to comprehend and master the power of thunder and lightning down meaning in the future. Of course, it was only a chance to master it, not a certainty. Most Saint Realm powerhouses only mastered 1 down meaning. There were very few who could master 2 down meanings. It was even rarer to master 3 down meanings. Now that he had mastered the half-step Heart Sword down meaning, he was very confident that he could upgrade it to the true Heart Sword down meaning. However, Chunzong did not have much confidence in mastering the other down meanings. After I leave the mysterious nether small world, I should cultivate the 3 tribulations sharpening secret technique, Chunzong thought to himself. This was an inheritance from the 3rd floor of the Eternal Ice Imperial Palace. It was an inheritance secret technique of an eminent Saint Realm sword cultivator. It was a unique secret technique that was comprehended by the sword cultivator after he had advanced to the eminent Saint Realm. This secret technique could only be cultivated when one had attained the half-step sword intent. It was used to sharpen one's own sword intent and cast a supreme sword intent. In other words, the most fundamental reason for cultivating the 3 tribulations sharpening secret technique was to cast a supreme and powerful sword intent. Chapter 1402. The Xianming token vibrated gently and released a trace of energy that quickly spread out. The last time the Xianming token had vibrated, it was to guide Chunzong to the black hole shadow. He had entered it and obtained an opportunity, which allowed him to master the illusory power of his mind. He had accumulated more and more power in the bright sword theory realm, and finally mastered the half-step sword intent. This time, the Xianming small world was about to close. Everyone would be sent out of the Xianming small world. Of course, the prerequisite was to have the Xianming token. Chunzong's body became blurry as he was enveloped by the Xianming token's energy. It was as though he was passing through darkness. The darkness was cold and constantly attacked him from all directions. However, it was blocked by a layer of seemingly weak but extremely tough energy. It was as if he was flying through the darkness and coldness. Soon after, he was irresistibly repelled. After experiencing the transition between darkness and light, Chunzong realized that he had landed in a valley. It was the Xianming Valley. Around him, figures materialized. They were the underworld rankings prodigies who were sent out of the Xianming small world. After that, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly descended. It covered the heavens and the earth, and it was deep, powerful, and overbearing. It seemed as if it was the rage of an ancient expert, and it directly suppressed everyone. Chunzong could not move at all. Powerful. The aura was so overbearing that it seemed like it was going to crush him. Everyone was stunned. They had no idea what was going on. Why did they immediately encounter the suppression of this terrifying aura as soon as they left the Xianming small world? Soon after, numerous figures flew across the sky and covered the surroundings. There were dozens of them, and every single one of them emitted a terrifying fluctuation of aura that was as cold as hell. These people were all Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses from the Xianming Palace. Their gazes were focused and cold. They swept their gazes across the crowd with chilling intent. Chunzong's heart sank. Could it be that the opening of the Xianming small world was a conspiracy to kill all of them in one fell swoop? Could it be that the Xianming Palace was directly related to the Black Fiend? After all, he and Wu Feng had encountered the Black Fiend assassins in the Xianming small world. This meant that there was more than one assassin in the Xianming small world. The Xianming small world was under the control of the Xianming Palace. The appearance of the Black Fiend assassins made Chunzong suspicious. Chunzong was not the only one who was suspicious. What was going on? However, if the Xianming Palace wanted to deal with them, they did not need to go through so much trouble. Moreover, there were disciples of the Xianming Palace. 2 rats from the Black Fiend. Die. A forceful and muffled voice rang out, carrying with it an indescribable anger. It was as if thunder had exploded in the sky, extremely terrifying. Soon after, the 2 figures trembled like sifting sieves. It was as if their bones and internal organs had been crushed into powder by an extremely terrifying force. With a bang, they exploded into pieces one after another. Their flesh and blood were restricted to a radius of 1 meter and completely turned into powder. Was of which of the Xianming of the small of the Xianming Palace? Then, the aura that was suppressing the Xianming Palace of the Xianming Palace disappeared. Everyone regained their mobility. After you entered the Xianming small world, the Black Fiend assassins risked their lives. They paid a huge price and entered the Xianming small world. Just now, the extremely powerful voice sounded, explaining to everyone, the Black Fiend assassin's target is you. Now it seems that 18 people have already met with misfortune. Chunzong and the rest were shocked. They scanned the Xianming Palace of the 108 supreme talents. Including the 2 who had died earlier, only 90 of them were left. In other words, a total of 18 supreme talents from the Netherworld ranking had died in the Xianming small world. Chunzong knew that Dai Donglin had died by his sword. As for how the others had died, Chunzong did not know. However, he knew that they had either been killed by the Black Fiend assassins or by other supreme talents from the Netherworld ranking. From the looks of it, no matter who killed Dai Donglin, the Heisha assassin would take the blame. Chunzong also hoped that this would be the case. Otherwise, even though he did not regret killing Dai Donglin, If the Dark Nether Palace knew about it, it would definitely be troublesome. It was even possible that the experts of the Dark Nether Palace would kill him back then. Based on the terrifying aura just now, Chun Zong knew that even if he used all his trump cards, he would not be able to escape. No matter what, the Black Fiend assassins had entered the Xianming small world and caused the deaths of 18 supreme talents from the Netherworld, ranking to be blamed on the Black Fiend assassins. Even though everyone knew that not all of them had been killed by the Black Fiend assassins, there was no substantial evidence. The outside world had no way of knowing what had happened in the Xianming small world. Sheng Yuan, Su Mulong, and the others were naturally shocked when they learned of Dai Donglin's death. Their first suspicion was Chun Zong, but they immediately dismissed their suspicions. This was because Chun Zong was not as good as Dai Donglin in the previous battle. He had only managed to escape with all his might. After a few days, even if Chun Zong's strength had improved, it was still impossible for him to kill Dai Donglin. In addition, the Black Fiend assassins had entered the small world, so Dai Donglin's death was naturally attributed to the Black Fiend assassins. Chun Zong left the Xianming Valley safely and quickly returned to the Xianming city. Once he returned to the Xianming courtyard in the Xianming district of the Xianming city, Chun Zong heaved a sigh of relief. It was relatively safe. Then, Chun Zong began to cultivate in seclusion. Chun Zong did not know what the others had gained from this trip to the Xianming small world, but he had gained a lot. First, he had a breakthrough in his cultivation and reached the advanced half-saint level. Then, he had mastered the power of thunder. Secondly, he had gained the mysterious ancient refining fire technique. Most importantly, his accumulation of the Enlightenment Sword Principle was several times more powerful than before. It would be more helpful for his future cultivation. In addition, he had mastered the method of transforming his mind will, which would also be helpful for his future cultivation. Lastly, he had mastered the half-step heart sword principle meaning. This was the path to becoming a real expert. The powerful Saint Rudiment realm experts had mastered the principle meaning. Those who had not mastered the principle meaning could only be regarded as ordinary. After cultivating in seclusion, Chun Zong first sorted out his gains from this trip. Secondly, he needed to reflect. He needed to reflect on the battles in the Xianming small world, especially the battles after he had comprehended the transformation of his mind will and the half-step sword intent. Finally, he needed to strive to master the half-step sword intent to 100%. However, it was not easy. After mastering 50%, it would be several times more difficult to reach 60%. As for the difficulty from 60% to 70%, it would be several times more difficult. After that, it would be even more difficult to improve. However, at the same time, every improvement would increase the power of the half-step sword intent. 4 or 5 days in a row, Chun Zong was in closed-door meditation to reflect. He reviewed every detail more than once and had a deeper understanding. Vaguely, Chun Zong felt that his half-step sword intent seemed to be able to reach 60%, but it was still a little short. Since it was difficult to make a breakthrough in a short time, Chun Zong used the most direct method, practicing the sword. It was just a basic sword skill, but it contained the principle of origin. One sword strike after another. The cycle repeated itself over and over again. Chun Zong forgot everything else and was completely immersed in practicing the sword. Strands of comprehension gradually emerged from the depths of his mind like spring water and spread out. When the conditions were right, success would naturally follow. Suddenly, the divine light surged out like a raging tide, waking Chun Zong up in an instant. He also grasped the mystery in an instant. He slashed out with his sword. The sword light rose and tore the sky apart, as if it had pierced through heaven and earth. In an instant, the golden sword mark went more than 100 meters away and stopped for 2 breaths before dissipating. Half-step sword intent, 60%. Chun Zong could feel that the 80% half-step sword intent was much more powerful than the 70% half-step sword intent. The first 30% half-step sword intent is just a basic increase in strength. It's obvious when it reaches 40%. The more complete it is, the more powerful it is, Chunzong said to himself thoughtfully. With his accumulation of the principle of clear sword, he could improve his half-step sword intent to 100% in a short time. However, this short time was relative. Chunzong estimated that it would take at least a year or even longer. This was already an amazing improvement speed for other cultivators who had grasped the half-step sword intent. However, Chunzong felt that it was still a little slow. Time was tight. There was no doubt that the black demons wanted to kill him. He might encounter other dangers, and so on. Strength. Powerful strength. Chunzong couldn't help but think. Now that his chi cultivation had reached the high-level half-step saint, it would be the limit of the high-level half-step saint. However, it wouldn't be that easy. As for his body refining cultivation, even if he reached the high-level half-step saint, it wouldn't significantly increase his overall strength. It would just add another means. As for his sword technique, the blood drop sword technique was his strongest sword technique at the moment. However, it wasn't easy to cultivate it to a higher level. Chunzong couldn't help but think of Wufeng's invincible blade momentum. Invincible blade momentum was Wufeng's self-created unique skill. What are the benefits of self-created unique skills? Firstly, it was very compatible with one's strength and could be used to the extreme. Secondly, it had great potential. Of course, this unique skill wasn't created casually. It was created with all one's strength, and everything one had to create a killing move that reached the limit and surpassed the limit. Originally, I wanted to wait until I reached 100% half-step sword intent before creating my own unique skill. Now I can create my own unique skill with 60% half-step sword intent, Chunzong thought to himself. His eyes were shining. He had an idea of creating his own unique skill before, and he kept thinking and accumulating. Gradually, he had an idea. Now, it was time to put into action. The light in his eyes kept flashing and became sharper. Then, he closed his eyes and locked all the light inside. He began to meditate. His unique skill had to have a main body. The main body was the half-step sword intent. The unique skill had to be created based on the half-step sword intent. Only in this way could the power of the half-step sword intent be exerted to the extreme. His half-step sword intent was the half-step heart sword Dao intent, which was different from the ordinary sword Dao intent. If he created his unique skill from the ordinary sword Dao intent, he couldn't avoid wasting the potential of the half-step heart sword Dao intent. Having a main body was to fill the frame. What frame should he use? This required meditation, a flash of inspiration, and an opportunity. Chunzong thought back to his past experiences. Fighting, cultivation, meditation, and scenery. Chapter 1403. In the Xianming Palace, in the Xianming territory, there were many palaces in the mountains. They were undulating and surrounded in all directions. Looking down from above, one could vaguely see the position of the palaces. The lines outlined the shape of a giant beast. Rumor had it that it was the Xianming beast. Of course, rumors were just rumors. No one had seen the Xianming beast. It was an ancient giant beast that existed in legends. It was like a god. In the Xianming hall of the Xianming Palace, the palace master sat on the main seat. On his left and right were a group of elders. Palace master, in these 2 months, we have found a total of 3 black fiend strongholds. We have eliminated them, an elder reported after bowing slightly. Continue to search. The palace master waved his hand. His eyes flashed with a murderous intent. 2 months ago, in the Xianming small world, 2 supreme talents had died in the Xianming small world. One of them was Dai Donglin, who was ranked 28th on the Dark Leaderboard. This had infuriated the upper echelons of the Xianming Palace. Coincidentally, there were assassins from the Black Fiend who had risked their lives to enter the Xianming small world. As such, everything was attributed to the Black Fiend. The Xianming Palace immediately took action. In 2 months, they had found 3 Black Fiend strongholds and eliminated them. In terms of overall strength, the Xianming Palace was stronger than the Black Fiend. However, The Black Fiend had the advantage of being secretive and difficult to find. The Xianming Palace had mobilized all their forces and spent 2 months only to find 3 strongholds. In the huge Black Fiend, there were more strongholds than divisions. There were probably hundreds of them. To the Black Fiend, the elimination of 3 strongholds was not a big loss. The other strongholds were even more secretive, making it difficult for the Xianming Palace to find them. The elimination of 3 strongholds also reduced the anger of the upper echelons of the Xianming Palace to a certain extent. The Black Fiend had existed for so many years without being eliminated. Naturally, they had their own unique abilities. Although the Xianming Palace was stronger than the Black Fiend, there was a limit. If an all-out war really broke out, the entire Xianming territory would be in a terrible situation. No one wanted to see such an outcome. Have Su Mu Bai, Lin Chaochuan, and the rest come out of seclusion? The palace master asked. He had temporarily put the matter of the Black Fiend to the back of his mind, because there was something more important. Sect Master, they have not come out of seclusion, an elder immediately replied. Take note. In A, the palace master was extremely serious. Xianyuan Holy Tower. This was one of the holy lands in the profound origin world. It was an ancient tower that contained mysterious power. Not only was it useful to half-saints, it was also useful to saints. However, the Xianyuan Sacred Tower that was about to open this time was targeted at half-saints. Actually, the reason the Xianming Palace had opened the Xianming Small World to the public was to prepare for the Xianyuan Sacred Tower. When the time came, not only the mystic underworld realm, but also other realms would compete for the Xianyuan Holy Tower slots. All in all, the elites of the 5 regions of the mystic origin world would participate. This was a competition between the elites of the entire mystic origin world. Just the elites of the mystic Nether Palace alone were not enough. They needed the participation of other elites in order to obtain greater glory. That was why the Dark Nether Palace had opened the Dark Nether Small World to the other prodigies on the Dark Nether Roll. We'll meet at the Xianming Palace in a month's time. Shenzong was a little surprised. This was the news that he had just received. As for why they were gathering at the mystic Nether Palace, why a month later? Shenzong didn't know because he didn't tell him. However, Shenzong had a feeling that it had something to do with the opening of the Xianming Small World. There's still a month's time. I'll try to improve my strength, Shenzong thought to himself. Regardless of the reason for the Xianming Palace gathering in a month's time, it was not a bad thing to become stronger. Flowing light, flying shadow. In an instant, Shenzong's figure dissipated and turned into a flowing light. His speed was astonishing as he appeared in another place. This was a Saint-class inferior movement technique. It was mainly used for long-distance attacks. In terms of changes, it was not as good as the 1,000 Shadows, 1,000 Illusions movement technique. However, in terms of speed, it was much faster. Shenzong had purchased this movement technique from the ancient Profound building. As for the Saint-class superior body tempering cultivation technique that Shenzong needed, there had been no news about it. After all, Saint-class superior cultivation techniques were the core cultivation techniques of many powerful forces. Generally, they would not be leaked to outsiders. If one wanted to obtain it, one would have to pay a huge price. Shenzong did not have such wealth at the moment. After a month of cultivation, Shenzong had cultivated the flowing light, flying shadow to the entry level. His speed was even faster than the initial success of the 1,000 Shadows, 1,000 Illusions movement technique. In addition to obtaining the flowing light, flying shadow, and cultivating it to the entry level, Shenzong's Qi refinement cultivation had also increased. In addition, the ultimate move that he wanted to create had basically taken shape. However, it was still a little rough and needed to be perfected continuously. In a month's time, I have to perfect my self-created ultimate move. Shenzong thought to himself and set a goal for himself. It's time for the Azura clone to consume a Xianming fruit. The other prodigies on the Netherworld ranking who received the news were also puzzled. However, they all knew that strength was very important. Moreover, they They had more or less obtained opportunities in the Xianming small world. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. At this moment, an extremely terrifying murderous intent erupted like an ancient volcano. It swept across the entire Xianming Institute in an instant like an exploding star. Fortunately, the Xianming Institute had activated its defensive power and blocked the impact of this terrifying murderous intent. However, when this murderous intent swept past Chunzong's body, Chunzong only felt his soul tremble. A trace of coldness invaded his body as if it was about to freeze. Countless distracting thoughts appeared, and he felt as if he was about to fall into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Fortunately, Chunzong's soul was strong. He had ignited his soul fire and comprehended the half-step sword intent. It was difficult for external evil to invade him. Only then could he withstand the impact of this murderous intent. If it were any other half-step saint, their soul would have been shaken and their sea of consciousness would have been damaged. Mental injuries were more difficult to heal than physical injuries. Following that, a silver-gray ray shot out of the house with a wisp of bloodlight. It pierced through Chunzong's forehead and instantly pierced through Chunzong's forehead and disappeared. Chunzong stood motionless on the spot, as if he had turned into a statue. After a quarter of an hour, he laughed out loud. That ray of light from before was Azura's clone. Half a month ago, Chunzong let Azura's clone consume a mysterious nether fruit. The mysterious nether fruit could allow one to enter the mysterious nether realm. Under this realm, no matter if it was cultivation or comprehension, it would have great effects. Chunzong let Azura's clone consume it first because he wanted to give it a try. During this half a month, although Azura's clone's cultivation didn't increase, he comprehended a Tao insight. Heavenly, baleful Tao insight. The murderous intent that swept through the courtyard in all directions and made him feel as if he had fallen into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was the aura of the heavenly, baleful Tao insight. Just the aura alone was like this. If it exploded with its full strength, it would be extremely terrifying. Azura's clone was condensed from pure and boundless murderous intent. Moreover, he cultivated the top-grade Saint rank Incineration Azura technique and Incineration Azura sword technique. He had extremely high talent and attainments in the Tao of Baleful Tao. Comprehending the Tao of Baleful Tao was something inevitable. The only difference was the time. A mysterious nether fruit could shorten the time and greatly increase the time needed to comprehend. Of course, there might be other differences besides the time needed to comprehend with or without the help of the mysterious nether fruit. In the memories of the Great Abyss King and Honorable Xiaoluo, there was all sorts of information regarding Tao insights. Tao insights were divided into 4 levels and 9 transformations. Level 1 was the foundation, the lowest. Level 4 was the top, the highest. Level 1 was the lowest, and level 9 was the highest. Level 4 referred to the quality of the Tao insight itself. Level 9 referred to the level of cultivation of the Tao insight. Just like cultivation techniques, there were low, middle, and high grades, and within cultivation techniques, there were different levels. There were many types of Tao insights, and they could be called all manifestations. Therefore, it was called All Manifestations of Tao Insights Level 4 and Level 9. To put it simply, all manifestations meant that there were many types of Tao insights, and each Tao insight was differentiated. For example, there were Fire Tao insights, Water Tao insights, Wind Tao insights, and so on. There were also Sword Tao insights, Saber Tao insights, Baleful Tao insights, and so on. These types of Tao insights were the most basic and basic Tao insights. Using the Fire Tao insight as an example, it could be further divided into other Tao insights such as the Golden Flames Tao insight, Yin Flames Tao insight, and so on. These Tao insights were the extension, expansion, and enhancement of the basic Tao insights. Generally speaking, the basic Tao insights were at level 1, but they could be improved as one continued to comprehend them. However, it was more difficult. After all, it was the foundation and belonged to the low level, so its potential was limited. In the memories of the 2 powerhouses, The basic Tao insights could only be improved to level 3, and it was very difficult to break through to level 4. Meanwhile, the intermediate Tao insights above the basic Tao insights had more powerful power and potential. For example, the Golden Flames Tao insight and the Fire Tao insight were both at level 1, but in terms of power, the Golden Flames Tao insight was stronger. However, the basic Tao insights had their own advantages, and that was its plasticity. The basic Tao insights could be improved to intermediate Tao insights. The Tao insights that most Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses comprehended were usually the basic Tao insights, and they would slowly comprehend them to become intermediate Tao insights. Only a few Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses could directly comprehend intermediate Tao insights. The heavenly ferocious Tao insight that the Azura clone comprehended was a type of ferocious Tao insight. Also, when the half-step Heartsword Tao insight that his main body comprehended was upgraded to Heartsword Tao insight in the future, it would also be a type of Sword Tao insight that was higher than Sword Tao insight. As for whether the Heartsword Tao insight was intermediate or advanced, Chunzong had no idea. He would need to test it out, read more records to understand it, or truly comprehend it before he could be sure. As for the heavenly ferocious Tao insight, the moment he comprehended it, it was as if a vast heavenly voice entered his ears, telling him that it was a level 3 Tao insight, which was advanced Tao insight. In the Great Abyss King's memories, there was very little information about Tao insights, while Honorable Xieluo's memories had a lot of information about Tao insights, but they were relatively simple. For example, the so-called Destruction Tao insight and Slaughter Tao insight that were extremely famous since the ancient times were top-grade Tao insights, and this had been decided since the ancient times. Now, the heavenly ferocious Tao insight had just been comprehended, and it was level 1. As it continued to comprehend and cultivate in the future, it would gradually improve to level 2 and even level 3. Level 4 and level 9 Tao insights each had their own potential. For example, basic Tao insights had a limit of level 3. It was difficult to reach level 4, and level 5 was impossible. Intermediate Tao insights had a limit of level 6, with a slight possibility of reaching level 7. Advanced Tao insights could be upgraded to level 9. As for what was above level 9, Chunzong didn't know. There were no records in the Great Abyss King's and Honorable Xieluo's memories. However, for now, the records of all creation Tao insights and level 4-9 Tao insights were enough. Next, the Azura clone cultivated with all his might, increasing his cultivation and comprehending sword techniques and the heavenly ferocious Tao insight. After grasping level 1 heavenly ferocious Tao insight, the Azura clone's strength would at least double, or even more. Should I consume the mysterious underworld fruit as well? Chunzong thought to himself. The mysterious underworld fruit was very effective. If he consumed it himself, he might be able to comprehend the half-step sword intent to 70%, 80%, or even higher. Chapter 1404. 800 kilometers south of Dark Nether City, there was a valley. The ground of the valley was dark red. It was not the color of blood, but the color of the high temperature. The air was filled with a pungent smell. It was the smell of sulfur, and there were also traces of heat. Ordinary people could not get close to this place at all. They would either die from poisoning or dehydration. Foundation establishment cultivators did not dare to get close either. They would also die. Only those whose cultivation had reached the transcendent realm could get close to this place. This was the location of the Earth Fire Cave, and the Earth Fire Cave happened to be controlled by the Ancient Profound Society. The Ancient Profound Society's businesses covered the entire Dark Nether territory. Naturally, there were alchemists and artifact refiners inside. This Earth Fire Cave was one of the artifact refiners of the Ancient Profound Society. Young Master Chun, the Earth Fire Cave is up ahead. A deacon of the Ancient Profound Association led the way and pointed at a cave entrance that was flickering with red light. Blazing high temperature was constantly spreading out from the cave entrance, like the mouth of a fire beast that was opening, as if it wanted to burn everything. The deacon of the ancient profound society did not know why Chinzong had come here. After all, the Earth Fire Cave was the place where the artifact refiners of the ancient profound society refined artifacts. The temperature was extremely hot and filled with fire poison. Even those Saint Realm artifact refiners were not willing to stay for long. After staying in the Earth Fire Cave for a few months, they had to leave and recuperate for a month or two. After the effects of the fire poison disappeared, they could enter again. A half-saint could only stay in there for a few days at most. He did not understand at all what the other party wanted to do. However, the ancient profound society also intended to befriend the other party. After all, he was a genius with extremely high potential. Therefore, he had to obey the order. On the contrary, after bringing the other party into the Earth Fire Cave, there was nothing for him to do. Chinzong followed the deacon of the ancient profound society into the Earth Fire Cave and immediately felt the temperature rising. The red light also became more and more dazzling, as if there was an extremely intense flame burning in front of him, as if it wanted to burn him to ashes. However, this level of high temperature was nothing to him because he had the purple cloud black star flame to protect his body. Although the purple cloud black star flame did not have much of an effect on his current strength, it was still pretty good at resisting high temperatures. Chinzong could also feel that the fire poison that permeated the earthly fire cavern was purified by the power of the purple cloud black star flame when it entered his body. It was unable to cause any harm to his body. In other words, Chinzong could stay here for as long as he wanted. Young Master Chun, you must be careful not to enter the deepest part of the Earth Fire Cavern. The temperature of the Earth Fire Lake is extremely terrifying and dangerous. The deacon warned solemnly. Okay, Chinzong nodded. Then I'll take my leave. I'll pick you up in a few days. After saying that, the deacon turned around and left. He had other things to do, so he couldn't stay here and accompany Chinzong. Chinzong looked around. This was a natural cavern, a cavern where the earth fire gathered. There were many cone-shaped stones inside, either protruding from the ground or hanging down from above. The red light was blazing, and it looked like the inside of an ancient fire beast's mouth. Its fangs were crisscrossed and boundless. The weapon refiner of the ancient mystic society naturally had his own place. Chinzong would not disturb him, nor did he want to disturb him. After looking around, Chinzong immediately strode toward the deepest part of the Earth Fire Cavern. His purpose of entering the Earth Fire Cavern was to enter the deepest part and borrow the power of the Earth Fire to cultivate the three tribulations sharpening. The three tribulations sharpening. This secret technique was created by a great Saint Realm expert in the late stage of the sword cultivator. It was to sharpen the supreme sword intent. The three tribulations sharpening was divided into three tribulations. The cultivation condition was the half-step sword intent. If one had already grasped the sword Dao intent and then cultivated it, it would be a little slow. It would be effective, but it would not be able to unleash its full potential. Moreover, the higher the level of the Dao intent, the worse the cultivation effect would be. Basically, it would be completely ineffective after the third revolution of the Dao intent. The half-step sword intent level was the most suitable level to cultivate the three tribulations sharpening. At the very least, one had to master the first tribulation. The remaining two tribulations could wait until the half-step sword intent broke through to the true sword intent before cultivating. It was also because the half-step sword intent could not withstand the tempering of the second tribulation, let alone the stronger third tribulation. Three tribulations sharpening. The three tribulations of this secret technique were the earth fire, sky wind, and void thunder. The earth fire was the easiest to find, followed by the sky wind, and the void thunder was the most difficult to find. As Chinzong continued to go deeper, he could feel the temperature getting higher and higher. Gradually, even the power of the purple cloud black star flame felt difficult to resist. However, Chinzong's physique was tyrannical, and he also had a high resistance to heat. Therefore, he could still withstand it. He went deeper and deeper. The red light was incomparably dazzling, shining in all directions. It was very dazzling, making it difficult for Chunzong to look straight at it. It was as if his eyes were placed on fire to roast. Hot, hot, hot! The heat that invaded from the outside world seemed to be able to burn the earth and all living things, and seemed to be able to turn him into ashes. Bearing the heat, Chunzong walked forward and saw a small lake. The small lake was only about 50 meters in radius. It was completely red and extremely dazzling, making it difficult for Chunzong to open his eyes. The Earth Fire Lake. It was a lake formed by the accumulation of countless amounts of earth fire over countless years. The red liquid inside was not a real liquid. It was just that it had been condensed to an extremely high level, making it look like a viscous liquid. It was like magma. On the surface of the Earth Fire Lake, there was a layer of faint, almost transparent flames burning. Chunzong could feel the terrifying power of the layer of flames, which was almost invisible. It was even more terrifying than his purple cloud black star flame. As the mysterious ancient fire refining art was activated, the purple cloud black star flame immediately circulated through every part of his body in a mysterious way. It greatly resisted the terrifying heat of the Earth Fire Lake, allowing Chunzong to stay here for a longer period of time. Then he began to practice the three calamities sharpening secret method. Fortunately, Chunzong could multitask. Otherwise, he could only practice one of the mysterious ancient fire refining art or the three calamities sharpening secret method. The half-step sword intent was a kind of invisible power, which was different from spiritual power and half-sane power. Chunzong practiced the first of the three calamities sharpening secret methods. Immediately, a trace of earth fire chi was attracted and quickly entered Chunzong's sea of consciousness. That was where the half-step sword intent was located. At the same time, the half-step sword intent also condensed in the sea of consciousness. The earth fire chi was extremely pure and hot. As soon as it entered the sea of consciousness, Chunzong felt that his sea of consciousness was being burned into ashes. It was extremely painful, but Chunzong had to endure it. The earth fire chi quickly spread and wrapped around the half-step sword intent. It kept burning. The pain became more and more intense and directly increased by several times. Chunzong felt that he was going to faint, but he had to stay awake. Otherwise, not only would it not achieve the effect of refining, but it would also burn the half-step sword intent. By then, he would not be able to comprehend the sword Tao meaning. Even his soul would be seriously injured. This price was really amazing, but if he could practice the three calamities sharpening secret method, he could cast the supreme sword intent. The harvest would also be amazing. Chunzong was guessing whether the so-called supreme sword intent referred to the Tao meaning that surpassed the advanced level. If so, it would be really amazing. No matter what, a secret method created by a great Saint Realm expert at the late stage of sword cultivation was always extraordinary. The earth fire chi was guided one by one and gradually floated into the sea of consciousness. It wrapped around the half-step sword intent and kept burning, as if it was calcining the sword embryo. The high temperature made Chunzong suffer great pain. It was a pain that directly attacked his soul. He felt that his soul was being roasted on a raging fire. He endured it, controlled it, and kept refining it. This was called the fire calamity. Calamity? This was a calamity. If he survived it, he could be reborn. The half-step sword intent seemed to be melting under the burning of the earth fire chi. Chunzong had to control it and keep condensing it. It was very difficult and exhausting. Without a strong enough spiritual will, it was impossible to support it. In other words, most cultivators could not practice a secret method like the three calamities sharpening secret method successfully. Gradually, Chunzong endured it and adapted to the high temperature. This was just the beginning. He absorbed more earth fire chi into the sea of consciousness to refine the half-step sword intent. Under this kind of refining, the half-step sword intent seemed to become more solid. Refine, refine, refine. As more and more earth fire chi entered the sea of consciousness, it kept condensing and gradually turned into a burning flame. The flame also kept absorbing the earth fire chi from outside and became more and more powerful. The first of the three calamities sharpening secret methods, the earth fire calamity, was to refine the half-step sword intent with the earth fire. However, cultivators could not release the half-step sword intent and put into the earth fire for a long time. They could only do the opposite and let the earth fire burn in their sea of consciousness. How to ignite the earth fire in the sea of consciousness. The great Saint Realm sword practitioner suddenly had a strange idea. He absorbed the earth fire chi one by one, starting for the tiniest one and accumulating it little by little so that his body could endure and adapt to it. In the end, when the earth fire chi was enough, he could condense it into a ball of flame. After continuous absorption, it would become the real earth fire. In this way, he could really refine the half-step sword intent with the earth fire. It took Qinzong half a day to absorb enough earth fire chi and form the earth fire in his sea of consciousness. As soon as the earth fire appeared, Qinzong felt that his sea of consciousness was about to be burned. Even his soul was trembling under the high temperature. It was extremely terrifying. If he was careless, his sea of consciousness would be destroyed by the horrible earth fire, and even his soul would be burned to ashes. Exquisite control. The three calamities sharpening secret method was extremely exquisite. As long as Qinzong kept operating it and Qinzong's spiritual will could support it, he could resist the burning of the earth fire and continuously refine the half-step sword intent. It was like the process of forging an iron block into a sword embryo. Time passed slowly. An earth fire kept burning in his sea of consciousness and calcined the half-step sword intent. With the burning of the earth fire, the half-step sword intent gradually became more solid. This was the depth of the earth fire cave. Most of the time, no one would come here, but occasionally there would be experts. At this moment, an old man in a fiery red robe flew over. When he saw Qinzong, he was shocked, because he felt the fluctuation of Qinzong's aura. High-level half-step saint. Since when did a high-level half-step saint come here to practice? Wasn't he courting death? The old man's fiery red hair was like a burning flame under the light of the earth fire lake. He stared at Qinzong as if he wanted to see through Qinzong. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.